also like Phineas and Ferb where they.
Don't you be
Or,
talking
like-
bad about Phineas and Ferb. That show's fucking great. Don't you be talking.
Oh, it is
don't
great.
you be.
It's great, but then
I just showed.
there is.
I just showed Changus a few clips of the Incredible Hulk and Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, but I'm,
Everyone's
okay,
powers
so
a switch. I guess Hulk has Iron Man's power. Are you feeling anything?
But without the armor, he can't really do anything.
I'm feeling entrepreneurial though.
At least the vocabulary's improved.
Okay, get me out.
But like I'm talking about like so there is like
Okay.
Phineas and Ferb was not all of this, but there was a few times where they just throw in like what like a pajama things that has a mouth, eyes and mouth, just going and like the Himalayas even. Or like there was one where they went out camping. The Ballad of the Pirate Beard, the Pirate of Bad Beards, where Candace ends up seeing a zebra, even though after she's totally cured.
I like Phineas and Ferb. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't diss me, Ferb.
Or just a random floating baby head too.
Hulk. Hulk comes out of the department store just covered in what is it, like the pots and pans, Nick. Just, all right, Hulk now Iron Man.
Iron Man.
I got Phineas. Okay, episode where Phineas had a team with the Avengers to battle anime Doofenshmirtz.
No. That would just be a My Hero Academia.
No, the joke is same powers, but it's like actual the character Doofenshmirtz.
No. But why not just do My Hero Academia?
Behold, the Isekai-anator!
No, like you just literally just have like Phineas and Ferb does this all the time. Did this a lot of the time. No,
Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, we have a Phineas and Ferb, but they're in the world of My Hero Academia, and it's a Phineas and Ferb episode, so you have like the standard plot structure, but it's in ancient China or fantasy world. Where it's like Doofenshmirtz is like they changed Doofenshmirtz's name to like Doofenkhan.
And Doofenshmirtz, but be like, oh my childhood. Yeah.
Petticoat the Platypus. How wonderful of you to show up. And by wonderful, I mean, and yet you fell into my trap.
Thanks to your.
Senor Petty the Platypus.
Perry the Platypus. Thanks to my quirk, all my childhood trauma gave me a power boost.
I don't know. What's the Spanish word for
like
platypus?
Perry would speak, but actually, no. Like here's the thing: Perry would actually speak to explain it. He turns out to be a human, an animal that's been experimented on with a quirk, much like
I don't know if I want
Nezu.
Perry to. I don't know if I want Perry to speak though. That kind of takes away the charm of Perry. There's a charm about the fact that
either he speaks or he's just an animal with a quirk, which exists. That's how you get Nezu.
What's wrong with animals that just have quirks? Just
no. Nezu is literally the principal of UA is literally an animal with a quirk of super intelligence.
I don't know anything about My Hero Academia, so
yes, their whole school is run by a rat.
Oh, Splinter's in charge of a school now. My sons, I am in charge of a school now. Will you be actually running the school without that? Hell no! Are you kidding me? My favorite commercial's about to show. I'm not missing that for chance.
That chance. You're funny, purple one.
See?
Well, he also has like this imagery with him sometimes when he does like chicken streaming back room.
We are in the golden age of commercials.
Like he's also kind of a bad genius.
My sons, I am so proud. Oh my gosh, Mikey, did you hear that?
Wait, what happened?
I'm quoting TMNT.
Ah,
I'm just quoting a bunch of Splinter quotes from Rise of the Ninja Turtles. Because that's honestly now probably my favorite version of Splinter.
I remember seeing this YouTube video.
Don't say that to certain people. They will say you're a fake fan
Oh, fuck them.
because you.
What? Nah, fuck
You know-
them. Fuck them. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Rise is great. I'll get to that later though when it's my turn to talk. But as a preliminary, Rise of the Ninja Turtles is fucking great. Everyone should watch Rise.
You know, I found there was this YouTube video called "This Is the Same Character."
Yeah, I know what it is. It's the same character, Splinter.
It's like the Naruto soundtrack fits so well.
Oh, dude, like Rise Splinter is probably it is one of my favorite takes on Splinter. I love Splinter.
Yeah, and you know, I read this YouTube comment analyzing him. Like one guy said the reason why he watched all his old movies and stuff, it's just him trying to it's his escapism from this kind of situation. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, kind of like he's him being a rat.
yeah.
Yeah, and such. So he just watched all his all his old kung fu stuff.
I watched that episode, Nick. What was it again? Like Hidden City.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Mikey. Yeah, that was great.
So I'm mad that you didn't get to watch it with me because I love that scene.
I'm sorry, but yeah, that was a great moment with.
I'm watching Ninja Turtles. I will be down, man.
I'm sorry, I didn't think. I was rewatching the movie today, and I didn't think of calling you. I'm sorry. The thought just didn't come to my mind. So.
So, also, I actually watched a few random episodes. I didn't know they put yokai in this.
Yeah, there's yokai.
Yeah. It's one of the so essentially you notice the Ninja Turtles shows after a while. You notice that each one focused on a different aspects of the Ninja Turtles universe. Where you got the original, which is more Saturday morning cartoon. Then you got the 2000 series,
It is a
2003
Saturday morning
series. Well, yeah, no, they're all Saturday morning cartoons, but it's 80s Saturday morning cartoon. Okay, in terms of exploration, it's more reliant on Evil Shredder's plan of the week and stopping them. While 2003 series is more closely adapted to the comics, which means whatever Peter and Larry were thinking of at the time, they did it. Because that was the original Mirage comic. And then you got
being a turtle.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Turtles coming out!
And then the 2012 series was just focused on, we're just gonna focus on sci-fi, focus on the mutagen and the hard sci-fi stuff. And then Rise comes around and is like, we're gonna go on full on magic.
Oh, there's some sci-fi stuff, but
well, yeah, there is, but it's mostly even in the 2012 series, there's magic and stuff. But it's what's the main focus? Mutations, the ooze, and science.
Science. Chelsea says she and Ray are going to the new Dragon Ball movie tomorrow. Nice, Chelsea. You may have to see tonight's 2 cents. Oh, what's going on, Chelsea? You okay, Chelsea?
No, she's probably thinking that we're because we put the spoiler warning sticker on.
That's all right.
I still haven't watched Broly.
Charlie was.
How much
Charlie
Dragon Ball
was-
fan are you?
Watched a chunk of Super, and I've read the manga.
You still need to watch the Broly movie.
The only thing Dragon Ball wise I've consumed is the Broly movie because Nick showed that to me, the Dragon Ball Superhero, and DBC Abridged. That's it.
You need to. The original, like Chengiz, I may have to do a 2 cents at some point. Like the original Dragon Ball series is awesome.
I mean,
Yeah.
No, I'll talk about it when we actually talk about the movie. But like, I'm just saying, like the only thing I've consumed besides those 2 movies was just DBC Abridged. So honestly,
Yeah, a bridge is a good gateway into.
Honestly,
into
a
it,
lot of the times during the movie, like when they're referencing the actual actual canon stuff, but I just can't help but think in my mind just all the abridged stuff. It's like, it's just like every time they mention Kami, it just like the name only, my mind just immediately goes to Kami, please tell me that I can leave the town whenever I want. Yes, Mr. Popo, you can leave whenever you want. Bitch, don't tell me what to do! All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
So Chelsea, you're gonna watch Dragon Ball Superhero?
Just 2 supers in the same name.
Yes, Toriyama forgot it was called Dragon Ball Super.
Toriyama always forgetting
You
something.
have to remember, Dragon Ball was only ever called Dragon Ball. The anime called it Z.
Yeah, it was more of a marketing thing. It was a marketing.
For Toriyama, it's just Dragon Balls, and he didn't work on Super, so of course he forgot it was called Super because there's just a Dragon Ball to him.
Thank you, Mr.
I love
Toriyama.
Like Toriyama has grown more senile than Tomino. It's great.
Yeah, but when's Toriyama gonna start talking about character design in like Tomino? I just want to sit down in a room and listen to Tomino talk all day, cause everything that comes out of his mouth is just fucking crazy.
Why can't we have a Tomino model kit?
Oh, that would be amazing. Just a Tomino model kit. He comes with like a little plastic word bubble. That's just a whole spiel about him describing how he designed Nanai in Char's counterattack. What
No.
What type of woman would physically please Char? What are you talking about, Tomino?
No, it should be a speech bubble. There should be 2 versions of the model kit of his older self with that speech bubble, and his younger self with that speech bubble, yelling, "Her nipples are pain."
It wasn't mad that Sailor was in that magazine. He was mad because her nipples weren't colored pink. That man is fucking outrageous. I love him.
I'm not mad that there's porn of one of my characters. I'm mad that they got it wrong.
Tomino really is the type of person that would be like, that would just be mad about stuff that you wouldn't expect him to be like. It's like, Tomino, sir, I'm sorry, I drew pornography of your female characters. Why? Okay, but why are her thighs thin? What? I designed her thighs to be more supple than that. Why did you draw it thin? What is wrong with you?
Tomino watches a movie of a Gundam movie of like a recreate, like, you know, he watches the Netflix Gundam movie and he goes, let's just do like what would be a funny I'm thinking of like what is so
Aro's not whiny enough.
Where's Bright slapping him?
I imagine like
No.
every
Okay.
time he gets to for Rhea again, without question, he will just slap him across the face.
Yeah. I got no. And why they cast it? And why they casted a guy? His jaw is too square.
Yeah. Seo's actress is not
And why they
is not
cast?
sexy enough.
No, they made her too sexy. Why they cast Megan Fox?
Oh god, I don't ever want to see Megan Fox in a Gundam movie. I don't want to see Megan Fox any. I don't really want to see Megan Fox ever again act. She was serviceable in the Ninja Turtle movies. Not so much in the Transformers movies.
Please.
Uh,
I don't think she can get anymore. Because from what I heard, the sunlight kept melting her face.
Huh.
Well, it's like Megan Fox seems to have like one attitude whenever she's acting, and that's distance. She was more in Kangas, like in Transformers. She was more robotic than the robots.
That makes her perfect for a plea twin.
Just. Oh wow, Sam, that's a nice car you got. Okay, that's great, Megan. Keep up the performance, Michael. Why? Hey, why are we doing this? Well, it's for the movie, Megan. Come on, say the lines. All right, now I need you to pose on top of that car, please. Thank you.
Ooh, yeah. Are you sure we're not filming a porno?
What?
No. Are you sure? No. We got. Wait.
You know what? Speaking of Transformers, though, what's with the rise all of a sudden and everyone just talking about the ending to the 2007 movie? Like
that's the magic of the internet and memes, Chingus.
Like I know that's mean, but like why did the internet all of a sudden collectively decide? You know what? On second thought, this ending was pretty cool. Whether we're ironic or unironic, it doesn't matter. We all say it's pretty cool.
I mean, Changus, I was pretty sad when Optimus Prime denied the Armenian genocide, but you know, that was just me.
Oh my god!
But to be honest, it's like the way it it just I don't know, everything's kind of then again everything fit perfectly with that ending the song, and when it cut the black to the credits.
What I've done. Oh, but there's a behind-the-scenes video where Peter Cullen's doing that same speech. I actually think it sounds better without the Linkin Park song. Like the Linkin Park song is, I guess apparently now the internet just decided it's iconic. But it's like that speech better without the Linkin Park song.
And you saw the ending to the Spider-Man edit of that?
There's a Spider-Man edit.
Yeah, the Raimi Spider-Man where he like swinging. And I don't know what in the Spider-Man 1 or 2.
Yeah, guys,
Spider-Man 1.
hold on, guys. A thought came in my mind. Guys, did you guys watch the Action Block this week?
No, because I thought you guys were taking a break that Thursday.
It should always go on with or without us.
Well,
oh shit.
well, okay. It's more. Remember that time when I met like last week where I was not happy with the Bionicle stream?
What about it?
That was one of them.
Oh.
I kind of. I get it. You wanted to do this. Do it. But it's just getting exhausting. Where I feel like I have to keep up, but it seems like you specifically the people who wanted it to go on were not interested in it.
No, it's not that I'm not interested in it. It's just I'm starting to run out of time, actual time to participate in it. But there's still people in our server though that want to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, it just didn't happen.
Wait.
It was my fault. I didn't tell people. I was probably tired that day.
All right, then we gotta do like a big one next week.
Yeah, we got reserved Thursday next week for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alright.
Okay.
Are you still singing what I've done?
It's stuck in my head.
Yeah, but no one ever talks about the other Linkin Park Transformers song, New Divide.
New Divide.
I didn't see what song was that in? What movie was that
Revenge of the Fallen.
Well, Chang is.
Well, the thing is, it felt like Revenge of the Fallen. Like, am I the only one who felt? But Revenge of the Fallen felt like it went by way too fast. Like everybody was talking really fast.
Revenge of the Fallen, Black Comet felt like that movie that didn't end. I felt like things happened and like I was stuck to the chair.
I will say this, since we do have an actual show to move on to, but like just real quick, just to end this part off. Look, if anyone wants to know more about the Transformers movies, I've been really getting to Pointless Hub. I love his videos. So his Transformers videos, I suggest you check it out. They're great. It's just like honestly, like I guess like his just really dry sense of delivery, I just find it funny. So it's just like, oh boy, here's the second one. It's like people say, in like his videos, like, people say Revenge of the Fallen is, is just a victim of the writing block. I have a bold statement to make. I don't think the writer the writer's protest, whatever it was called, wouldn't have helped either way. It's like
Writer's strike.
Yeah, the writer's strike would have helped either way. Let's see who wrote this. Alex Kurtzman. What has he written? It just shows his filmography. Oh.
He wrote the original. Like his Revenge of the Fallen was doomed from the start, and no one thought of that.
Also, I ask Ninja, what about the Bionicle stream didn't you like?
It wasn't. It was not the stream itself. It was like when I only use it as like, oh, remember the time where I felt like very grumpy, angry.
But like, was there anything like wrong?
Not on the stream.
Week?
No.
Or how about that week? Or is it just like outside stuff that?
It was outside of the stream.
Okay.
It's related to the server. I already said my piece. It was.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. We could talk more later, at like some point later this week or something like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
By the way, you could watch The Crusades. You know that 1935 movie about King Richard not wanting to become a man on YouTube.
Because movies are just getting like posted from the 30s all the time, and YouTube isn't taking them down.
YouTube is just fucking broken.
Because no one cares enough about 1930s movies to.
You just post on YouTube, and YouTube is so broken. They don't care. They don't care. There's a whole stuff going on with YouTube at the moment too. Like there's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes. I just so I don't want to spend too much time on it. Check out Moist Critical's video on it. I also been getting to Moist Critical. I love Charlie. I love Charlie too. But Yeah, check out. Oh,
I have
go
two
ahead.
quick things to say before we actually start. One, I found this quote from a crossover between Superman and the Hulk. All I want to do is help you, Hulk. That's my job, helping people. Hulk isn't people. Hulk is different. But so is Caveman. Caveman looks like purely human, but isn't. Hulk, trust Caveman.
Yeah, we actually need. You know what? We need to actually read those. The Marvel and DC crossover stuff.
Yeah. Also, Chengus already saw this, but for the other guys, it's BoJack Sharkman.
BoJack Shark. That's what you call Pryac?
I just thought of it.
I am BoJack Sharkman.
It doesn't actually make sense. I just thought it was. I just called him Sharkman at one point, so all right, I'm just gonna call you BoJack Sharkman now.
You are now BoJack Sharkman.
Well, I guess it does make sense because of all of Prydak's problems are a result of Prydak's actions.
I guess then, real quick, I could do a real quick show and tell for you guys. I'm a party now. I'm going to gaslight everyone.
I'm looking forward to that one where how many furry jokes are we gonna make?
Not enough. Alright. Okay, well, anyways, that was enough for the preamble of the show where we're just ranting about whatever. We could now get on with the actual stuff we want to talk about. So before we get into any of our movies and all and anime, we gotta talk about a video game first.
Yep.
Alright, Ninjato. Now, I can only base this off of my experience of you playing this game whenever I'm streaming. I'm guessing this game didn't age well.
Actually, so I have played another one that came around the same time period. So
Okay.
Interesting history. So Call of Duty came about because Infinity War spun off from a company. Let me just hold on. A development studio by 2015 Inc. And all I saw was a PC game that was released about a year before. And what happens is that people from 2015 Inc. Got tired of EA games. EA games is BS. So they decided to form their own studio called Infinity Ward. And they immediately got bought up by Activision. And their first tech was to make a World War II shooter. And what they created, they decided to do was, and they decided to, okay, we're gonna make a Medal of Honor killer. That was the literal name of their project. The Medal of Honor killer. So what they decided to do was do a game that went against the whole grain of World War II shooters at the time. So what was Medal of Honor was like the leading World War II shooter brand at the time, and what usually happens is that it usually follows one character, usually an American, who's part of the special forces. And the main job is this guy just goes to whatever level they decided to make in a sort of campaign, and you're just doing a bunch of one-man army missions. Where you're going into buildings, killing Nazis. You occasionally have allies, but usually they get killed off easily, or they do something else. It's usually by yourself doing a mission. what they decided to do was to make a game where you're part of an army.
All right.
And so you're not just having by yourself doing all of these feats of like fighting in battles. You're actually with buddies, and they can take out enemies too, and they can help you. You can help them. So it feels more like you're in a battle.
Okay.
And then they did another thing at the time. So when I was a kid, I was like a little kid when Call of Duty came out, and I was used to playing World War II shooters. And then when you play World War II, play this game where you're not only playing Americans, but you're playing a British soldier. That was like mind-blowing. And so the American campaign kind of highlighted more of the camaraderie. You're with your other fellow paratroopers of the 101st. We're taking over this town. We have to defend this town against the Germans. And then we have to like take out those stupid AA guns that are attacking our boys at the beach. Yeah, hoorah! And then you play the British. It starts out the same, but then it goes to more traditional Medal of Honor. You're a one-man agent behind enemy lines, taking out enemies. And then when you learn that you played the Soviets. When you're going into Stalingrad, you're in their books, you hear this commissar saying that how you can't retreat and you'll be shot. And then you get off the boat after the boat gets blown up, and you go over and you're ready to get your rifle, and you get a clip.
No, John, let me do it. Do not count days, do not count miles, count only the numbers of Germans you have killed. Kill the Germans. This is your mother's prayer. Kill the Germans.
Prayer.
And kill the Germans. This is the cry of your Russian earth.
Comet, you kind of like you were given a clip in the first Russian mission. That's your only weapon, a clip. And so
run towards the machine gunners.
Run towards.
Yeah. You're kind of. So at first you go forward and you die, of course, as you expect, and then. Or you're one of those people like me when I first played or stopped playing. It's like, wait, I don't have a gun. I need to go back. And you go back and you instantly get shot by commissars.
Man, Russia don't play around in World War II.
Well, it's Russia during World War II. They're awful. But it's like, as a kid, it was a highlight of what it was like, a bit of what it was like being a Russian soldier at the time. And what's interesting is how me knowing more history, how the game perfectly replicated what it's like fighting in Stalingrad. Well, by the way, Call of Duty, another thing, World War II shooters, they love their World War II movies. They basically did their own. They do their own take of popular World War II scenes, and you can tell with the Russian levels in Stalingrad where they do enemy at the gates. Like it's heavily inspired by it, but anyway, so you're in this level. Like after the initial charge, you get a buddy to help you get a clip. You end up getting a gun after like a second charge in like the next level. And much like in Stalingrad, you end up alone doing missions in the city with enemies around the corner, just like what was like in Stalingrad. Where you're fighting in like ruined city, fighting block by block, and then you occasionally meet up with your buddies to do big charges. It's like the campaign in Call of Duty 1 is iconic for a reason. It's very good. There are some frustrating moments where old game design came in. Like there's moments in the game where they purposely set up respawning enemies to prolong battles, but then there are levels where they purposely, conveniently, not a lot of the health kits.
Okay.
and that's when the game really gets annoying.
Investing officers who report suspicious.
Okay.
It's frustrating because they don't give you enough health kits, but they expect you to do a lot of stuff. And when they made longer checkpoints too. Inconsistency on the checkpoints as well.
Okay.
But there is so many good missions. Like again, like your first mission, you parachute down. You first think you're gonna be a one-man army again, much like any other World War II shooter at the time. But then you summon your buddies when you're taking over Saint Mare Anglais, and then you have the first British mission where you take it over a bridge for the first mission. Your next mission is to hold this bridge against enemies. And then you final British mission. By the way, a familiar face gets his introduction. A certain Captain Price.
Oh.
Like you'll also notice is that a lot of characters that gets more development later on. You see, like, they're a sort of name in this early game. You see, like, early seeds of what would become later. Like Captain Price, he made an important NPC. He ends up dying in the game. And while in a awesome level where you fight in a battleship.
Ooh.
You fight in the battle, so it highlights where you sneak in, pretending to be naval officers. You sneak in, and then you steal guns and bombs, and then trying to destroy the battleship. But meanwhile, you're fighting all the crew members using submachine guns.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, the campaign ends with you being the Russian, bringing the Russian flag over the Reichstag.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of dated elements to it that definitely leaves room for improvement, but it's such an awesome game. And it has a expansion pack, which is done by a different company. Infinity Ward just immediately went to working on the sequel. At some point, I'll finish the expansion pack and then do Call of Duty 2.
So Captain Price is in this game. I did not know that.
Yep. Fans call him Grandpa Price.
Grandpa Price. What the hell kind of name is Soap anyways? Alright. That's...
And you know what's so funny? Your main character in the Russia campaign is named Petrenko, but not Dmitri.
Huh.
His name is like Yuri Petrenko.
Okay. Oh, that's neat. I find that really neat. All right. Is there anything else you want to say? No.
It's like the presentation is like the game is awesome. Like it holds up incredibly well. It's not like a story as people expect nowadays with like, you know, cutscenes and characters. It's more of like you're going through vignettes, but there are characters but they don't really have arcs. It's just like daily life of these soldiers.
Okay.
Also, it's 10 times better than Allied Assault. Don't play Allied Assault. It does not hold up.
Oh, what's wrong with Allied Assault?
It just doesn't hold up.
Ah. Alright. Alright then. Okay, so I guess that's all there is to say about the game. Well, I guess Because I do want to ask them now, what was like a standout moment though, like when playing the game?
So replaying the game, the standout moment, replaying the game. Other than the stuff I meant, the biggest one was the battleship level. That was like one of my favorites. The Russian campaign was awesome. Fighting, especially like the first couple levels in the Russian campaign were awesome. The entire American campaign, the first part of the campaign was fun. My only least favorite is actually when they did where the format is that you played about like 5 to 6 levels per side, and then you did one last mission.
Okay.
That takes like one last mission for each side, and I felt like they kind of felt tacked on. Even the Reichstag moment.
Okay. Hey Ray, how you doing? Okay then. Well, I guess that's all there is to say about Call of Duty. Then we can move on. You would recommend this game? Would you recommend this game?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course. All right then. All right. So, I guess now that we're done talking about Call of Duty, we can move on to the Japanese front of the show. So, Mr. Comet, you're up. You want to talk about Guts' terrible, shitty dad?
Oh, yes. Now, Volume 2. Now, I got Volume 2, the deluxe edition, Volume 2 of Berserk, but contains multiple volumes. And it starts off with Guts with Guts about to get Booty Warrior.
Oh, fantastic start to a story.
Yeah.
What? Which part? What do you mean, Booty Warrior?
Oh, Ninjato.
Oh,
You're so pure.
Like Volume 1? No. Like Volume 1 was him like having sex with a demon. Like I don't remember.
The deluxe volume, I think, has a different format to the typical volumes.
Yeah. Wait. You're talking about the start of the Golden Age?
Berserk Volume 4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah, you're in the start of the. Oh yeah, that one.
Yes, and I think
he met Bubba.
Yes, Bubba. I just call him wrote it out Booty Warrior. Cause that's what he reminds me of when I look at him.
The big bad booty daddy.
Booty.
Drop the soap.
Now
Booty is more.
Now listen here. I want you, and I need you. So we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
And and then Gus fought back. Kicked him in the chin, balls, tried to grab his sword. And well,
I don't think you need to recount exactly what happened. It's
I know.
distressing.
I'm sorry. Like I said, Gamma is okay. Like I said, Guts is quote unquote father figure, which is one of the tragedies book. That's the closest thing he had to a father. Is I gave what I like to call the Gendo Award.
The Gendo Award. I see. Do tell me more about the Gendo Award.
You see, this Gendo Award is named after the when people think of bad dads, Gendo Akari. You know, Mr. Get in the Robot Shinji.
Get in the fucking robot Shinji.
Yeah. So Gambas, not he sold guts and he sold guts to Bubba. Then when he lost his leg, he blames Guts. Which when he tried to kill Guts, saying, you were bad luck. yada yada, and he ended up killing Guts.
Can
Oh.
I think
killing him.
skimming over.
Wait, sorry?
Like, you're skimming over some few important things. Like, Guts doesn't believe that Gambino sold him out to Donovan, and then when he tries to kill Guts, he's drunk and admits that he did indeed sell him out to Donovan.
Ah.
That's important for later in the story.
Yes, of
It's
course.
kind of the source of his trauma about why he doesn't like being touched at all.
I was gonna get to that. But I had this, but we have to recount everything, so I'm trying to.
Well, I guess what are like the major plot points that happen besides Guts being booty warriored?
Well, it shows throughout the years. Then fast forward after his traumatizing with his father figure, he's out on his own fighting as a mercenary. Then he met. Then during one battle, after beating this knight that would be invincible, a few of Griffith's mercenary band noticed him. They go like, man, one of the guys about this. I believe it's Casca, but like that's supposed to be my kill. I've been known throughout the land. Oh, the guy's walking out alone. He got the reward money. Let's go kill him for it.
So how much of this story is like? I don't know. So like, based on what I'm hearing, so like, is Volume 2? At least that's what you told me. Like, is this deluxe version just like the beginning half of like the Golden Age, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Pretty
ends. It ends after Casca tells her backstory.
Ah.
Okay.
Does it
Yes.
end with Casca and Guts doing the deed?
No, I think that's
No, that's next. That's next volume.
That's the next
Yeah, that's
volume.
the second half. Half.
Okay.
Because they don't do the deed until Guts leaves.
Second note. That's killer after being accused of murder and leaving the Gambuzzle Merc group, running away. He got his son and killed a pack of wolves. Now, but fast forward a few years there. They were at the mercenary participated in this battle. Beat this like large dude with his heavy sword. After beating him, he got noticed by Griffith.
Oh, hey, it's Griffith. Nothing can go wrong with Griffith.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like if you read Volume 1, you heard his name in the worst light possible. Like, if you're Benji reading it from the Black Swordsman arc, you already knew Griffith is...
What are you talking about? Griffith is a wonderful man. He would never betray Guts. Come
Just
on.
ignore the menace. Just ignore the menacing letters that is floating like a JoJo.
We just ignore that stuff. That doesn't mean anything. I'm sure Griffith isn't gonna do anything fucked up.
Griffith, the hottest guy in the kingdom.
Yeah. Come on, Ninjato. Was a man that hot? No, not gay, but let's be honest, he is a hot man. With a man that hot, you think he would be evil?
But
no, worse, bisexual.
now I'm gonna. Like I said, what hold on,
real quick. Wait, hold on, real quick. I just want to say this real quick to try to rephrase what you said, because it sounds. You said worse bisexual. It sounds like you're saying being bisexual is worse than being evil.
It's a joke.
Okay, guys. Before we continue, the penis and the Ninjato did not represent the rest of the Two Cents cast.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Only Ninjato here is the one who is the
And
Look, I'm fine with gays and lesbians. I just
There's a new sin, adultery.
But Yeah, so like some Griffith men saw him down like, yeah, I would have been paying. Let's get that reward. Try to kill him. End up nearly dying until Casa came in and stopped him. And don't say, hey, Griffith says cut it out. Oh no, sorry.
Oh no, go. No, I was just gonna say, just real quick. I just wanted to ask, since this volume is the Golden Age, how much volumes cover the Golden Age? Like what? How much of the Berserk story covers the Golden Age arc?
Volumes 3 to 14.
Oh yeah.
It's 100 and I think 102 episodes of anime or something. Or manga chapters. 102 chapters of the manga.
Which is each is about like 40 to 60 pages. Some even 100.
I'm scratching. I meant to say, Griffith ordered her to go help them. Then he comes along and tells them to cut. Says, okay, I better stop this.
Yeah. Like the manga, like I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like 3 deluxe volumes.
Yeah. That's side note. Let me look at how many deluxe volumes. I think there's way more deluxe volumes.
Alright.
How was that? Deluxe volumes.
Currently, there's 13 deluxe editions.
13? Damn.
Yeah.
The 13th will be out next year in March.
Which volume? What's the latest volume? Because volume 14 normal is kind of the end of the Golden Age stuff.
Like deluxe volumes include a few volumes.
No, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking about regular volumes.
Regular volumes is 39.
Volumes. But I'm talking about which regular volumes were collected in the deluxe editions.
Yes, so Griffith appears.
I think the deluxe edition goes up to edition 5 for the Golden Age. So 13 to 5 has 13 to 15, so that's the Golden Age in the first volume after.
Okay. Alright. So where were you, Comet, in the Golden Age?
Oh. The Golden Age? I read all the way to the end.
I mean for this volume, like how?
I read all the way to the end.
No, I'm saying where were you? I was just saying continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Griffith appears. Asks Gus, "Would you lower your sword?" Huh? Gus didn't do it. Then Ashley said, "Huh? Guess not." And they fought. Griffith tried to set. Griffith had him in a position where he can't use his sword, and pointing his sword at Gus, and Gus took the sword in his mouth. Took Griffith's sword in his mouth by the blade, cut his mouth to bleed, and just like twisted it.
Mad lad.
Yeah. Wait, no. Wait, that's later in the volume.
Oh well.
Yeah, but in the first fight, they got Griffith won easily.
Right.
Griffith, like,
that's
gets surprised that because he has a heavy sword, yet Griffith had this like lightsaber sword. Then Griff. Then we get into out of that fight, after Guts succumbed to his injury and go unconscious, he got this dream sequence of a younger childhood where you see his father figure getting abundance of injury and piles of corpses. And turns out, Griffith tend his wounds, and he was going to get cold, so he had Casca warm him up.
Right.
He'd keep him warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which caused him to receive Casca's ire.
It's the start of a wonderful old friendship.
Yes, also because she's a bit Griffith-sama.
Yeah.
Populist to Poptimus Sirocco level. Sirocco-sama levels.
Alright. So what other major event happened here that we should know about?
Well, Griffith wants guts.
Alright.
Yeah, and said, you could have killed me, but easily missed my heart on purpose. And Griffith's like, Gus was like, why you want to kill me? Why don't you want to kill me? Because I realize, and Griffith said, because I realize I want you, Guts. And Guts may have faith as pretty much screams, say no homo real fast.
I want you. Now we could do this the easy way, Guts, or we could do this the hard way.
And he literally straight up asks, "Are you a homo?" No, that's a quote in the book, in the manga. He straight up asks Griffith, "Are you a homo?"
Are you like, a homo?
And and then made a little bet saying, "Look, if you win, you get to kill me. If I win, you be my soldier." Griffith win. And another thing about Griffith, he got this creepy smile.
Creepy? I don't know what you're talking about. He's got a beautiful smile. Smile of someone that would never betray his friends.
He got that that cold, there's some that. I want to say psycho. I say sociopathic smile.
I mean, he is one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. It fits. He is one. Fuck Griffith.
Yeah. And when you look at, and I think that's the artist really sells the way his facial expression really sells. There's something wrong. Even if you don't know anything else, you haven't only read this volume. You can tell he's off.
I wonder what that's leading up to.
And talk about we want to do it on Kingdom. And got this he got this cult leader feel to him.
That sounds like Griffith.
The way his men look up to him is almost cultish.
Sounds like Griffith.
And Casca is jealous of all the attention that Griffith's giving Guts off the manga.
Co-leader giving the newbie more attention than me.
Griffith, why won't you pay attention to me? Casca, I like you, so I'm only gonna tell you this once. Fuck Griffith, get the hell out of there.
Yes. But Griffith joins the band of the Hawks.
I don't think you understand, Chengis. She wants to F Griffith.
I know that. I know about Casca. I'm just saying. It's like, Casca, I like you, so do me a favor. Don't try to F Griffith. Get out of there while you can.
And Casca. And oh dang it, I'm about to say. Oh, Griffith. Like I said, then pretty much you guys joined the good band of Hawks. They do a night raid. He was given rear guard. The others thought Griffith was testing his loyalty and such, but Casca knew that the rear guard the most important position on the most trusted, capable of giving. And Griffith gave it to him, the newbie, not her.
was gonna come up with a joke, but I don't think it'll work.
Like, after the night raid, got proved himself. Even to the point that even Gripper came back and saved him. Skip a few words down the line.
How far are you into the book right now? Like, as you're telling us all this.
There's a lot.
I'm
trying to bet there's detail, but I'm trying to skim it.
What is like? Okay, like condense. We gotta condense a little more though. Like, what besides? So like guts. So we get to know.
Essentially, you see all the essentially, gut. Okay.
Griffith does Game of Thrones shenanigans.
Yeah.
And Guts is his assassin.
Yeah. He accidentally killed a kid.
Oh.
He fought Zod.
Well, that was accident. That was an accident.
I said accidentally killed a kid. Yeah, and he fought Zod, who gave him a warning saying, he's like, don't trust one. Oh, your friend got a belly. You better watch your back. Death is coming for you. Well, it's not so much a warning, it's a prophecy. Then he goes back wings and fly off somewhere.
Zod is it?
Zod with 2 D's, not 1. Casca. And like I said,
political nonsense.
Yeah, Griffin and Guts bonding. More weird feelings. Griffin trying to swoon the princess.
Oh, he'll swoon her, all right.
All the aristocrats don't like him because he's common blood and he rises through the ranks. Guts still haunted by him killing his father figure. Guts get traumatized killing a boy.
That'll happen.
By accident.
By accident, but still, you killed a boy.
And Griffin giving anyone that crossed him the death stare like a hawk.
Yeah. The Griffith stare.
And Griffin looking like a sociopath every time he smiles.
I wonder why.
And then we meet. This is one part I really like. This guy wearing like the whale armor. I forgot his name. I just know in the OVA from the 90s, he was voiced by Eggman. And he tried to be like, I'm gonna do this special attack that been passed down.
No.
Okay. And I love the name of his squadron. The battlefield of the sacred. And he been a misogynist. The battle. Okay, he's like, so you're her, the only woman who commands 1,000 of the band of Hawk. I can't stomach a woman being a knight. Women are inferior to men in strength. What use could they be in a battle?
This guy.
No, you might have use as a nighttime plaything for your fellow soldiers.
It's the capacity of this bitch.
Perhaps you even achieve your rank of commander by sneaking into that man's Griffith's bedroom.
Lovely.
Now you hit low because she wants that position.
She
Griffith is refusing.
Also, side note, during the entire battle, she was going to that time of the month.
Yeah.
So,
Which, by the way, makes her more badass. That she's able to kill 20 guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just find it funny though. It was literally they insulted her with the truth. Like, I bet you want to be that person who wants to be in Griffith's room. How dare you insult me with the truth?
And this is my favorite part. Okay, here's it. The battlefield is the sacred ground of men. I, Alan, head of the Blue Whale Ultra Heavy Armored Fierce Assault Annihilation Night Corps.
Jeez, that's a lot of work.
That is compensating for something.
Oh no! And then there's like, oh yes, and another thing I really like, there's like a couple like really like these names. There's like this thing. There's like one more a while back, like the black, like something like that's something like go along the lines of the Black Ram Super Heavy Cavalry.
We are the Black Ram Super Heavy Cavalry. Do not underestimate us. Never underestimate the misogyny that we can perform.
Oh no, this is a while back. Oh, yeah, they're like a while before Griffith gained statuses. Oh, they're called like the Black Ram Iron Lance Heavy Cavalry.
Jeez. It's quite a lot.
And this guy, the guy in charge of the Blue Whale Ultra Heavy Armor Fierce Assault Annihilation Night Core 2.0 Deluxe Ninja Edition. Gotta do this like anime attack.
There's a ninja edition. I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Like,
fascinating. Tell me more.
Yeah, but the joke is, Gus came in and saved the day. And he's like, "You're good now. How now, boy? You stopped my attack well, but lightning doesn't strike twice. Can you stop this? The ultimate spear technique can crush even marble. Pass secretly down through my Kobrowitz family for 140 years. Take this, Genza Simpu." Side note. This translates as rock cutting whirlwind, and Gus just brought his sword down. It's like, and cutting through his spear, be like in the middle of his name calling. It interrupts his attack. Man. And then, like, of course, Gus and Costco fall over a cliff. Got watch over the river, and Costco had Gus to keep him warm. And we learned a little bit of Costco backstory. It turned out she grew up in a poor farming village, was sold to a noble because, family hard time, and their family had 6-7 mouths to feed. And and the noble tried to do things, and she was saved by Griffith. Well, more accurately, Griffith saved her, gave her a sword, said, "Okay, defend yourself."
All right.
And
you got a sword. Go kill him.
And she didn't know where he stabbed him herself, or he just found her sword by the thing. She killed someone and decided to join Griffith. Since then.
Griffith helped her help herself.
Also, by the way, Changus, here's the fun thing. Even though this is not the real world, guess what Midland is based on?
What?
France.
Lovely.
Insert French joke here.
It explains everything.
Yeah.
Well, if we're talking like medieval France, then yeah.
Yes, it's supposed to be. This whole thing is supposed to be a reference to the 100 Years' War.
Actually, even mentioned this book mentioned that the war has been going on for 100 years.
My favorite part about learning about 100 Years' War in history class is when this white-haired sociopath decided to sacrifice all his friends. That was fun. History's amazing.
And then the world basically ended.
One thing that I also liked all the different armors in this book. It's like a bunch of interesting things. Like you can see what people came up with throughout history. Like literal cages. There's one circle cage, there's one on the head. To like whales. Rams.
God, ram helmets just sound cool. I don't care if it's if it's actually impractical or not. Ram helmets sound amazing.
Look! In the Middle Ages, they had. Have you looked at jousting armor?
No, I have not.
jousting helmets are very impractical on a battlefield, which is why were only worn during jousts because it was made to be status symbols.
Ah.
And very heavy.
When Shadow first sees a jousting helmet. Oh, the conflict! Shad's inner conflict when he sees the jousting helmet. I know this is historically accurate, but it's so impractical!
Oh, by the way, there's one scene where a bunch of maids we're talking. And I just want to mention this since he's speaking how lovely looking Griffith looks. I'm trying to find the quote.
Woman.
That was like this.
Woman, female maid, simple for Griffith.
Yes, and there was a quote that says something along the lines of.
I don't know why not, but I just want to imagine Griffith sing all of Alfred Coleman's Eggman lines.
Like, I'll have you know, princess, that I am an alpha male
gamer. I've captured you like 70 times already. How many more times are you gonna try to escape? I think it's going to be 18.
Gosh,
Let's see this bitch.
Oh yeah, I found it.
You found it? Nice.
Okay. He's just superb and prettier than me, and I am a woman. How frustrating.
Oh. So they're conflicted. That's wonderful.
He's so elegant and dignified. It's hard to believe he's a commoner like us. And yes, there's a bit of classism in this book.
Oh yeah.
Ah. Classism.
Because this is fantasy medieval. This is dark medieval fantasy, which basically means is that we take the worst version of European medieval Europe, and we make it the worst version of it.
Yeah. But you know, damn, on that like that, they gave General Julius the one Griffith trying to assassinate some layers, but the one who also tried to assassinate Griffith and Griffith trying to assassinate it back layers. Okay, he was training his son, and he was like hearts on it.
Assassinception. I'm going to assassinate you for trying to assassinate me for trying to assassinate you.
No, it was more like Julius shot first.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I like they get Joe's a little bit layers and little stuff was like, yeah, I haven't been doing my duties and I was a bit hard on my son. And then my frustration gets the best of me.
Oh, he's not a bad man. He's just he just doesn't like the commoners, that's all.
Like, look, honestly, I would be against Griffith.
Now, what do you have against the commoners now, Ninjato?
I don't have any. I am a commoner, but I hate Griffith.
Then Gus.
He looked like a politician.
He is a politician.
Then Gus popped in, chopped him in half. Killed the boy, killed his son.
Gotta hide the body. Well, no,
and ran into the sewers. But yeah, like that's not much to tell with this book. You know, Zod appears, gave a prophecy.
Griffith, you don't hide yourself. You gotta hide the body. That's how it works.
Oh no, Gus hidden. Nobody saw Gus' face, so he was able to escape in the sewer, and just came back.
Sorry, I meant to say Guts. Guts, you're supposed to hide the body, not hide yourself. That's how it works.
Right now, Beast in Black is playing through my head because they did a song called Zod the Immortal.
Oh.
I think there was a Berserk song by Tanuki Soup.
There's a Berserk song called
by Tanuki Soup.
Huh.
It's called Berserk, I believe. They also did a Dark Souls song called Lord Vessel.
Ooh. I didn't know they did a Dark Souls song.
Wait, let me see if I can find it.
Alright.
So, like I said,
Alright.
but yeah, that's like I said, I had to skim through a lot because this book is like several volumes.
Well, you are like covering like a good chunk of the golden age right there. So I guess like we know where it begins, and you told us where this volume ends. Like what are like the most important stuff that happened between, besides like establishing Casca is thirsty for Griffith. Guts has a lot of issues. He got booty warriored and all that, and Griffith is playing Game of Thrones.
Besides that,
Yeah.
They guest battle Zod. Did pretty well, and they got a warning and start having doubts about Griffith. So like, wait, what do you mean by since I'm his friend, I'm gonna die?
Nah, don't listen to him, Guts. You'll be fine.
It's like reading this and knowing what's going to happen. You see all the signs.
Alright.
It's like, oh, you devious little thing. You really are a politician.
He is one. Alright.
Trying to swoon the princess.
Oh,
as Casca stared daggers into her.
Alright. Is there anything like else important that happens? Like anything that's like gonna like set like any setup for anything later on, or?
Well, they did throughout the book. Griffith does show his balut a lot. His bellow, his egg of the king a lot. Hinting at its importance.
Yeah.
And if you read the first arc, you know what's gonna happen with that thing.
Yeah. And also it protecting them when they try to when someone tries to shoot them with a poison arrow. Oh, yeah.
Alright.
But besides hinting, something. But besides that, yeah, I pretty much covered all the most important parts.
Okay.
Oh, and then there's this funny scene where like Gus went into the library. When the Griffith went to see him, Gus went in the library and Griffith was doing some light reading.
Huh.
Chemistry, philosophy, government. Stuff like that. He's like
the usual.
Yeah, he's like, has I have done just like their history, religion. Okay, there it is. To become great, one must be able to do more than fight. Having said that, half of them are just like reading. History, religion, philosophy, chemistry, tactics, and then cooking ones like cosmetics or cooking. And Gus is like blah. And then Griffith pulled out and say, even things like this. Want to borrow it? And it's pretty much art. If you catch my drift. And Gus is just looking at it and be like, no.
Alright.
But I will get that's all good. It's funny because there's so much in this book. It's like literally like it's like it's as thick as my forearm.
Alright.
Yeah. Oh well, more of them as thick as I say a standard water bottle. And it's like only like what 40 something on Amazon.
That's not bad.
Yeah, on $35.39 on Amazon. or Better World books. And volume 1 is $37.95 on Walmart.
Nice. Alright.
Yeah, like, you know, like the 39 to like the 45 range. So yeah. Get the book. Yeah, I would get it. It's a good read. And you know, and I'm pretty sure that the end one day.
Well, I mean,
yeah, like this.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you have plenty of reading to do before it ends.
How close is Berserk to the end? Like based on they are continuing Berserk, and then like how much more stuff like is like expected?
I'd say they're currently people have interpreted they're ending the current arc soon. I think there will be one more arc after that, and then we'll be done.
Yeah, because I think they're gonna just try to finish it up as quickly as possible.
It'll just be an arc of bringing down the God Hand, I suppose, and just end it there.
Then Gus will discover a fire. Sorry. He'll discover a fire pot and light the flame.
Okay, and with that, I need to head to bed.
Oh, good night, Ninjato.
Alright, have a good night, Ninjato.
Yeah, and that's...
Night, man.
And that's pretty much it for me. You know, just buy the book. Read it.
Alright then.
Oh,
go ahead.
Also, you know, parental advisory warning.
Black comment. They're bound to know.
Comment when does the title Berserk sound like something you would give to your kid?
You'd be surprised.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Does this sound like something you should be giving to your kid?
No.
So I think I'm pretty sure parents out there know. Yeah, you know, kids shouldn't be reading Berserk. They don't need their children coming to them saying, "Mommy or Daddy, what does it mean to be booty warriors?"
Kids don't need to be.
Oh, I have a story.
You have a story?
Okay. I'll talk to my local this librarian. When I went to library. Wait, she watched JoJo and stuff like that. She told me this story of like she was going through the catalog. The library catalog, and there's like a manga section for for the kids, for the teens and stuff. And there was like, and someone actually put, that was what manga, but it was in the vein of like fansa.
Your library had a doujin.
Not a doujin, something like, the harem monster. I think it was Monster Musume.
Of course you would know it would be Monster Musume.
Yeah, someone actually put that in the kids section, in the teen kids section, and she had to quickly remove it.
I see. All right then. Go ahead.
That's more sad than the Legend of the Ogre Fiend at the kids section. When there was still a Blockbuster near me.
Oh yeah. It's always fun. It's always fun. They're like, oh, cartoons, animation, it must be for kids.
It must be for kids. Oh my god, this is Booty Warrior. You shouldn't show this to your kids too, but everyone should go watch Boondocks.
Everyone should watch the magic that is Uncle Ruckus and Grandpa.
All right then.
I like the chicken episode.
Alright then. Alright, so with that said, then we can move forward. We're now close to the we kind of are at the halfway point here. Gotta talk about a couple more anime stuff before we can just talk about Piccolo and his son's movie. Alright, so SGD, so we're back to Digimon with you.
Yes, it's been a while. I've been busy with things, so I think we're almost due for another ending. But I do these things in batches of endings, so for episodes 22 to 31, I'll have ending 3, those who shine together. So those are the episodes I'll be covering. And starting off with episode 22, Nightmare. I'm just glad it's finally over. Hiatus, I mean. There was for those who don't know, Toei got hacked after Spider's Lore got released. So Digimon on hiatus, and so did Pretty Cure and One Piece and the Dragon Ball superhero movie. Got delayed. But then eventually it came back. And the episode is about Jellymon starting a sleep therapy business, for things to go awry as clients begin experiencing nightmares for Skull Greymon that inflicts wounds that carry over to reality. So a nightmare on Elm Street. And let it be known, Kyoshiro had the power of God at his fingertips. And he did not choose inflation.
Oh, thank goodness.
I don't get it.
It's you would understand.
I understand.
For the episodes, I'm trying not to surmise everything that happened, to just focus on important bits, because otherwise we'll be here a very long time. Because we see more of Jellymon's business ventures and her attempts to become the top capitalist, which is established in her debut. And of course, Kyoshiro is there because she can't do things without her darling. And Ruli appears wanting to see the cherry blossoms, which means they're in spring. And it said in episode 17, winter was coming to an end, so they are definitely in spring now. And Jellymon's business is using a Pillowmon to help people sleep. Because Pillowmon releases bubbles when they sleep, and those give people good dreams unless Pillowmon is having a nightmare, in which case it gives people nightmares. And that's what's happening here. Pillowmon is having a nightmare and trapping people in a nightmare world unintentionally. And Jellymon kind of just forces Ruli into it so she can experience it herself and then promote it on her social medias.
Hey, she gotta hit that grind when it comes to making that dough.
And we, when in the dream realm, you can only get so far from the Skull Greymon before looping back to where you started, and Ruli gets very fed up very quickly, and Goromon is the only one taking the situation seriously, so Ruli almost gets injured really badly by falling rocks. Because her temper just lets her temper get the better of her. So like it shows her recklessness. Because then Jellymon and Kyoshiro notice Ruli getting injured in real life. So Jellymon insists they go and personally investigate what the hell is going on, considering they got a bunch of complaints from customers earlier. So Jellymon's taking some responsibility for something. Character development. And Hiro is nowhere to be seen. He's just getting his phone fixed because Gemmon broke rule number 3. Don't bite the phone. And of course, by the time it gets fixed, Bakumon shows up trying to get a hold of Hiro because he found out Jellymon was up to something. So it's good to see Bakumon back. The last we heard of him was he was just hanging out at Hiro's dorm or the library in episode 14. But we haven't actually seen him since episode 13, when Bakumon died.
Yeah.
And he has Hiro text him to Kyoshiro and Ruli, which is so he can transfer himself through texts like the Zasamon could through emails in episode 12. A bit of continuity. Of course, when Kyoshiro realizes that they're just in a dream, it allows him to lucid dream and gives him god powers. And Ruli does the same, and she makes a bunch of Symbar and Goromon to fight Skull Greymon, and Kyoshiro makes Tesla Jellymon grow giant. So it's not inflation, but those are somebody's finishes, I'm sure.
I wonder whose.
Just people's. And of course, Bakumon, being a Baku, helps to rescue people from the dreams, and Pillamon explains, they got chased by a Skull Greymon once, so they have nightmares about it whenever they're feeling unwell, and they were feeling unwell because they ate too many dreams, helping Jellymon out. And because of that, Bakumon decides not to heal Kyoshiro and Jellymon's wounds because he can do that, I guess. But Jellymon doesn't actually protest. She's like, alright, fine.
Huh.
But then she still wants to continue on with the business. And then Ruli tells Kyoshiro to talk some sense into her, but he's too busy thinking about maybe he does have some sort of awesome power. Because he didn't feel entirely like himself when he was lucid dreaming. But the episode did have a bit of bonding between Ruli and Agoromon, which I know what comes next, and I hope they're setting up for that. I have seen episodes after this batch where I'm going to try and contain the knowledge, like, here's what I knew when I watched these episodes. And it was neat not seeing much of Hiro, because it shows the writers do have confidence that they can write an episode without him. Unlike the last season, where you couldn't go an episode without Taichi being crammed in somehow. I hope next time, if something goes wrong with one of Jellymon's businesses, I hope it's actually her fault and she takes responsibility, because people blame her for what happened this time when really it wasn't her fault. Pillamon just shouldn't have overeaten. That was on Pillamon. And the Majiramon stuff, no one could have known that the capitalist protection dragon would show up because you're messing with ATMs. No one could have known that would happen. But then we get introduction to Ending 3, Those Who Shine Together, which it's not as interesting as the last ending theme. It doesn't show off anything special. It's like, Hiro's eating cup noodles and Gamamon wants some while Kotaro's begging something of the receptionist. He's probably hitting on her because it's Kotaro. Ruli's out shopping with her friends, and Jellymon and Kyoshiro are at a presentation, but we get cameos from Kinkakumon, Morishellmon, and Pillamon. And then it just ends with Ruli and Jellymon being treated to pastries by the rest of the gang. I kind of thought we would see more going on. Nah, they'll get around to it when they get around to it, I guess. Usually the ending themes spoil certain forms. Nope, not this time. Then episode 23 is Moaning Bug. Shoot for the moon. The gang must discover the cause of Digimon mysteriously developing insect antenna and mannerisms, and an extreme aggression towards humans after their own partner Digimon undergoes the same transformation. It was a pretty good episode. I don't want to talk much about the writers, but this is a writer who I didn't have very high standards for, but they did a better job than their previous outings. So I was glad to see that. You can write a better episode, or one of the better episodes of the show. And I don't know if the hiatus had something to do with it, but the animation at points is really smooth. Almost as smooth as people who use hashtag Restore the Snyderverse. But much like the Snyder Cut, this isn't a movie, so it wasn't that smooth. But it was smooth. this episode was also going to be on my birthday, but the hiatus happened. Clockmon shows up, just freezing Digimon who are suffering the transformation. And Jellymon shows up also infected by whatever's going on, and we sort of get confirmation that her ability to phase through objects is something she, as a Jellymon, can do. Because we see, like, in episode 2, Mummymon needs to concentrate to move through things in his hologram ghost state. But Jellymon wasn't in a hologram ghost state, and she was infected by something, so she wasn't all there. So it's like just Jellymon in general can phase through things. Clockmon asks the gang for help, but seems like they've got their own troubles, never mind. But he tells Hero to keep an eye on Gammamon specifically, and we know why.
Yeah.
Well, Gammamon doesn't quite understand himself.
Gammamon.
Gammamon also likes to read the encyclopedia of Hero's tablet, which then gets him infected by whatever's going on, and Angoramon gets infected by Ruler's piano. I also see a parody brand Moogle instead of Google. Yeah. We also get Mummymon back. Since episode 2, he's finally back.
Oh.
And he's at Toei University Hospital, so it's a reference to Toei Animation. And Mummymon gets pretty intense with his prognosis, suggesting, your partners may be stuck like this permanently if we don't do something. Like, Mummymon, these are kids. But the monster of the day is Morphemon, who can create scales with its Rin therapy. But Mummymon determines something is unusual because their scales aren't usually red and they don't usually turn people aggressive. And we also find out Ruli once tried out field hockey because she has to beat Angoramon back with a field hockey stick. Like, she physically has to beat him. And he is strong enough to break said hockey stick. I wonder if this is foreshadowing. When Gammamon's voice actress read the script, she posted on Twitter that she said it was a very scary episode. That is a joke because Gammamon gets force-fed a lot of spicy food. And because Gammamon's vocabulary, spicy is scary. So it's not a joke you get without watching the episode.
I see.
We also get another double G reference when a taxi service really takes his GG taxi. It's a ghost game, I guess. And of course, as the episode goes along, the moon keeps getting redder. That's because the scales are coming from a satellite, so they blow up the satellite.
There you go.
Just Wezen Gammamon destroys an old decommissioned satellite, which was turned back on by Morphemon, I guess. And it's specifically with Wezen Gammamon's Albion attack, which we kind of got teased with in episode 12, but got cut short. And when I saw that, I knew, okay, an evolution has got to be coming up. If that's the last thing Gammamon had to show off, but hadn't shown off yet. And as it turns out, Morphemon was captured by some lady, and she wasn't sure what Morphemon was, but then Clockmon just steals the hard drive she's on. And it's a very comedic scene, and he's just so nonchalant about it. Again, war bonding between Ruli and Angoramon. So I keep calling attention to this because I know what comes next. Not in the next episode. It's not in this episode. It's not in any of these episodes.
Hey, Brett's in the chat.
Episode 24 is Twisted Love. Notice me, senpai.
Notice me, senpai? Oh, okay.
Hero's friend Yuto enlists his help to discover the cause of people he interacts with suddenly sprouting vines in place of their limbs, only to discover he has become the object of affection for a certain Digimon. So overall, I enjoyed the episode. It also has some of the most messed up stuff I've seen in Digimon, so that's a plus. The culprit, of course, is a Digimon called Ayatamon, which marks their anime debut. With them debuting in on the Vital Bracelet, which I have one now. And the screens, it's for the kids, blue for Hero, green for Kyosho, and orange for Ruli. That's the screens you can have on a Vital Bracelet. And Ayatamon counts down the minutes someone spends with Yuto. She's that obsessed. And she's just turning people's limbs into vines for some reason. Only when they interact with Yuto for too long. And Yuto gets Hiro to help because he noticed his hair in a picture Ruli posted on the rerun, because he actually wants Ruli's help, not Hiro's. And we found out Yuto's father is friends with Hiro's father, and he's kind of sad he hasn't been around much lately. So his dad's been gone a year at this point or something. Because it's in they're in spring. Hiro's father disappeared just before he started junior high school. So it's been about a year since he vanished. We also find out Ruli has dubbed the gang Team Liver Run. So they're Team Liver Run now.
Alright.
And Kyoshiro takes a bit of interest in gardening, and they talk about how talking to plants can help them grow more beautiful flowers. Now, I don't know about the flowers part, but talking to plants can help them grow, especially if you're a woman. The real thing, it's the vibrations. Like, yelling is not as effective as talking, so that's why a woman's softer voice. And people don't quite understand why. It might just be the energy from the vibrations helps or something.
So if you want your plants to grow, you just gotta talk nice and soft to them. Hey, plant, it's alright, you could grow, instead of yelling, GROW! Hurry up!
People think it's just, people who talk to their plants are more likely to take care of them, but no scientific studies show they recorded voices to tomato plants, and the ones with the woman voices, with female voices, grew better. So it's not just, that was an actual study.
So wait. So that Burger King commercial wasn't BS?
I don't think the things are that extreme.
With the spicy onion burger?
No, I don't know.
Isn't the show a farmer like, these onions bite back, and the show a farmer yelling at the onions, then cattle prodding them.
But we see more people noticing Gamon's kind of advanced for an AI hologram. But Hiro insists no, he's just an advanced AI hologram. Don't worry about him literally eating food.
So it's taken up to now for people to go, he's something off about this hologram.
Well, this is Yuto's first time meeting Gamamon. People are picking things up because Gamamon's so comfortable around people. And we find out Ayatamon doesn't just love Yuto. She is in love with Yuto. Because the Japanese they use is koi, which is specifically romantic. So it's not like Sora's Crest Aijo, which is just affectionate, but can be romantic. Koi is more likely to be romantic than not. So she is in love with a teenager boy, because he would talk to the plants and give them encouragement, and then she was living inside his gardening robot and internalized his encouragement herself. Like never give up sort of thing. So she would train, and then she realized she's in love with Yuto, and request to be called GW1, which means Go Well 1. And what's weird is he doesn't say Go Well in English. He says Go Well in Japanese, but then she still asks to be called Go Well, as in the English words Go Well. It's like,
Huh.
And the reason Ayatamon wants to turn people's limbs into vines is she's trying to turn Yuto into an Ayatamon so that she can love him forever. And, of course, he doesn't want to be an Ayatamon.
Uh-huh.
But she's going to do one last test on Kyoshiro because he was the last person to spend time with Yuto, and kind of in an out of character moment, he wants to deflect it, like, oh, there were people who spent more time with him than me, and usually Kyoshiro's a coward, but he does take responsibility, and that seems like an irresponsible thing for Kyoshiro to do. But Ayatamon says she never targeted Yuto's parents because they're his caretakers. Why would she do that? And when Yuto says like he doesn't want to be an Ayatamon understands completely and decides she will become human instead. Things do not go well, and she goes on a journey instead. Do you know what I mean by that, Chengus?
Do I want to know?
Pokemon went on a journey.
Wow. Well, thank you for reminding me about Pokemon, SGD.
But then they retrieve the antidote, more or less, that Ayatamon made Mummymon whips up a cure off screen, and Kyoshiro ends up fighting Jellymon to keep her from stabbing him with a needle. It'll remove his vines, but he still doesn't trust Jellymon with that needle. Then we had the Ghost Narrator special, which was basically just mummies exist and Halloween is a thing, and we got a clip show from episodes 2 and 4 specifically, so I have no idea why they wasted time with that.
Clip shows. Was there anything useful in that clip show, though?
No, it was just talking about how mummies exist and Halloween is a thing. It fortunately wasn't a numbered episode. The last time, the only other time they did a clip show was Apple Monsters, and that was a numbered episode. And we have episode 25, Crimson Banquet. Road Roller not included. Wait, is that some kind of trouble? Finds Rolly as she's invited to an exclusive product promotion for the company Scarlet Vento that's actually part of another Vampire Digimon scheme who also wants to take over the world. So first she had to deal with the Vampire Dracumon, then she had to deal with Phalesmon wanting to take over the world, and now there's a Vampire Digimon who wants to take over the world. The next thing she one day she's gonna face a Vampire Digimon who wants to take over the world. It's also into toboggan racing because Frozone. But there's a lot to discuss about this episode. And yes, I was making a JoJo reference earlier. The Road Roller. So to start off, we're introduced to Aviel Kyogoku, no honorifics, and his dog Pachipa. And the thing about the subs is they spell Pachipa with a CH when it's probably just Pachipa with a C. Because Pachipa with just a C and no H is actually a last name from Romania. Because this is a vampire episode. And Aviel Kyogoku, they even pronounce his name like that. So it's Abiel is his first name, and then Kyogoku is his last name. And usually it's last name first and first name second in Japanese. And he's showing off some jewelry to 3 influencers and showcasing that he is also a Me Too incident waiting to happen.
Oh. Okay.
He gets very touchy-feely with those women, which is like not inappropriate, but kind of unprofessional. But he's a vampire, so... Of course, a few of the products they show off are in like Italian and whatnot, and usually focus around crimson and blood, like the Granata Decanza, meaning crimson decadence. I prefer the translation "decline hand grade" myself, but that's just me.
Decline hand grenade?
That is a legitimately an alternate translation if you want it, but not what they were going for.
Decline hand grenade. Alright.
But the vampire references get a bit heavy-handed in the episode, which even Mika calls attention to.
Ah.
It's like, oh, this Rolly's friend Mika points out, like, they sure do like blood and stuff.
Huh.
Ruli is not really that interested in the company. She just wants some dessert because they invite Ruli to try some dessert because she's a big influencer through Labor Run. But pop quiz. What was the name of the Digimon who appeared in episode 3? Scribbles. What was his name, Chungus?
I was not paying attention.
Who was the Digimon in episode 3? Scribbles. It was Angara Monster View episode.
SGD, I haven't been watching Digimon. Okay. I admit I haven't really been catching up.
Oh man, Chambers, you lost some respect points.
I'm sorry,
Chengus, haven't you seen that part
Oh,
in Digimon
fuck,
with Captain
Matchstick, you're
America?
He did a Xenonic on a solo stream.
Are you kidding me? I was here the whole time.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'll have you know, Chungus, I called you out knowing you wouldn't remember.
Oh, okay. Well,
it was Dracumon, and Dracumon is back because this is a vampire episode. Anyway, Dracumon dies.
oh,
he's gone as soon as he comes back.
I see.
But it is a nice moment. He gets to reunite with Ruli. And he's just terrified. Like, I haven't forgotten what you did to me.
Oh.
Of course, he wants to suck Ruli's blood, but, you know, our villain of the day has other plans for her.
Oh.
And so Aviel kills Dracumon with some bats. And so it's kind of disappointing that Dracumon's just killed off like that. But he was kind of outclassed when he first appeared anyway.
Alright.
But I wish they did do more with him before. Well, also one thing to note, when the influences are turned into vampires by Aviel, they are all accompanied by a familiar bat that belongs to the Digimon Vamdemon. And when Ruli gets invited by Scarlet Vento, they misromanize the invitation as having Scarlet Vent instead of Vento. And Scarlet Vento means Scarlet Wind.
Alright.
When Ruli's invited, she wonders if being a pastry chef is what she's looking for. So like she's trying to figure out what she wants to do with herself. We also see Kotaro for the first time since episode 10 when he got kidnapped by Kinkakuma.
Oh.
It's like, oh, he's finally back. And of course he follows a bunch of pretty ladies on social media because this is Kotaro.
Okay.
And it sounds like Kyoshiro says that he freaks out when Hiro and Kotaro are talking about vampires, and he says vampire, and then Kyoketsuki, which is a play on words meaning blood-sucking princess, but also vampire. Because it's a bunch of vampire ladies. And we find out Aviel's dog Patipa is actually a Sanglumon, also who is disguised by one of Vamdemon's familiar bats. And Sanglumon is the evolved form of Dracumon, which is a reference to a specific type of Romanian vampire that could become a wolf. And when Aviel comes face to face with Ruli, he explains his plan to her, but it's not really a Bond villain plan, because earlier Pachipa was spying on Ruli because she had been invited, and he discovered she has a Digimon partner. Not only does she have a Digimon partner, but two of her friends have a Digimon partner, so he's manipulated them into coming to rescue her, so he can test them all to see if they are worthy of being amongst the ruling class of vampires when he takes over the world.
I don't know if vampires had classism.
And he views all humans as inferior, so that's kind of a major thing.
Ah.
We also find out Aviel's assistant is a Matadormon, which is the evolved form of Sanglumon. I don't know why it's a Matador, but it is. And he too is disguised with a familiar bat. And of course, Aviel is Vamdemon. And I really appreciate them making this Vamdemon his own character compared to other pieces of Digimon media, which I shall not name, relying heavily on, hey, remember how this thing depicted this Digimon? We're going to do the same thing.
Ah.
So he's not just Vamdemon from Adventure, because it would have been very easy just to do Vamdemon from Adventure again, when he is kind of the villain from Season 1. Like, if you ask someone, like, who's your favorite Digimon villain, pretty high chances they're going to say something like Beelzebumon from Tamers or Vamdemon from Season 1. But I don't care for how he's drawn. He's very soft looking. His mask is too big. His jaw is too small. It's not really on model with other depictions of Vamdemon. It's not that it doesn't look like Vamdemon. It's just I don't like the way he looks.
Okay.
Because Vamdemon leads the three up to the roof, and Matadormon and Sanglupmon watch as he beats up Tesla Jellymon and Patel Gammamon, because Sanglupmon already took out Angoramon. And Matadormon is intrigued by the spontaneous evolution of the Digimon, which pretty par for the course, because a lot of the Digimon don't know about the Digivices. And Tesla Jellymon is taken out pretty easily, and then Patel Gammamon is infected with a virus that transfers his pain to Hero, because Vamdemon suspects he is hiding something. And we know what he's hiding.
Yeah.
Patel almost becomes ghoulless because there's nothing he can really do in that situation, but Hero insists they can push through it together, and by the way, this is an evolution episode. Patel becomes Kano Weissmon, which is a big white dragon, but he's not very big. He's actually pretty small for a perfect level, and I appreciate that because Digimon has always had a problem with making Digimon have weird scaling. So having a partner he's big, but he's not freaking gigantic. The name comes from Canopus, which is the second brightest star in the sky, and Weiss, which is German for white. And following Gammon's evolved forms, his attacks are references to minor planets, and they're mostly surface level. It's just, here's a minor planet with a cool sounding name, except for Dragonia, which is actually a reference to Draconia, because it sounds like dragon. And they just made it sound like dragon a bit more. The only attacks of any deeper meaning is Golus's Desdemona, which is designated 666. So he's a bad guy, and Dark Palace, which is Palace is designated 49, which is it can be read as Shiku, which is the four sufferings until death in Buddhism. Dead End Skewer isn't a reference to anything.
Okay.
But when Hero's Digivice fills with yellow, as all the Digivices do, like the ring, as a reference to the Vital Bracelet toy. When he becomes Kano Weissmon, the yellow becomes red. And one thing to know is Kano Weissmon calls out Vamdemon's dirty tricks, indicating he does have a personality that's fond of justice, like in the reference book. So I was very excited to see that, considering the other partners' evolutions don't really match up with the reference book that much. But it's good to see Kano Weissmon setting a trend. And of course, Kano Weissmon does a bit of fighting with Vamdemon, forces him to flee, and then Matadormon and Sanglupmon really just give up on his idea of taking over the world. And then they just leave because they're not interested in fighting. And I didn't quite love Kano Weissmon's debut the first time around, but then watching it again, it seems to be more of a character moment for Goulus. Goulus is, you hear Goulus's voice, so it could be like Kiro is getting through to Goulus. And Vamdemon doesn't die, he flees, and all the vampire girls turn back to normal. And the Vamdemon familiar bats fly off into the sky. And that's exciting because like Matadormon also has one more evolution, being Grand Dracumon. And then Vamdemon has Neo Vamdemon, or Belial Vamdemon, or Venom Vamdemon, or if we're lucky, we'll get a Piemon. And then Piemon and Vamdemon can progress to become Voltaboutamon, which hasn't made an anime appearance yet. And given that, it is a thing, evil clowns will probably get a Piemon sooner or later. So I'll be, fingers crossed. When the dim cards came out, we did see Olgamon's evolutions and King of Icemon. And one thing I noticed, like, King of Icemon kind of resembles Chaos Gamamon, and then seeing it animated, there's a lot more similarities. It's like so it'd be interesting to know the behind the scenes of how they did these things. Like, did they make Batel first and then Ghouls came from that, or did they make Chaos first and then it's like, what if they gave him multiple evolutions? And did they design King of Icemon to be an evolution of Chaos because he came first, or did they design them all at the same time? And it's like, okay, if we're gonna make a flying evolution, we might as well start with the flying one. Like, they have the same general body structure, similar head shape with a crest, and King of Icemon even has nubs on his back, like Chaos Gamamon. I know people are complaining about another dragon. It's like, my god, we barely hit it. We actually haven't had that many dragon protagonists in Digimon. So people are hoping, I hope he doesn't become a dragon when he evolves again. Like, if you want to argue semantics, we only really have one dragon mega of the protagonists. Because the first one is a dinosaur line that becomes a dragon man, so he's just dragon in name only. He looks like he could be a Tokusatsu villain for all you know. It's not really a dragon. Season 2, Imperial Digimon is just a dragon when in dragon mode. In fighter mode, he's a mech. Then we get, and Vmon is kind of a dragon, but like a dragon man, like with more emphasis on dragon than man. For like with Wargreymon is more man than dragon. Gilmon is also a dinosaur sort of creature. Dukemon is most certainly not a dragon, he's a knight. The spirits of fire aren't really dragons either, especially when they get to Kaiser Greymon, who's kind of just a guy in armor. Then I don't know how the hell to describe Shine Greymon, but it's another dinosaur line, I guess. He's more dragony than just a dinosaur as Shine Greymon, but he's still not what you'd expect of a dragon. The Shoutmon lines are references to various mecha franchises, not a dragon at all. And then we have Ghost Game. So we might get our first, we might get something which ends up staying as a dragon or not. But I'll talk more about expectations for the ultimate forms when we have all the perfect forms. Let's have the first of 3. On to episode 26, Hungry House. I got one chance at this. Digitalmon, where are all the humans in this house? Oh, hey, where did they get off to? Digitalmon, what did you do? Me? I didn't do anything. Explain what happened, Digitalmon. I've never seen a human before in my life. What did you do to the humans, Digitalmon? I did not do anything to the humans. That is my least favorite thing to do. Tell me, Digitalmon, exactly what were you doing before the humans disappeared? Alright, well, I was in the kitchen. Okay, I was raiding the fridge. Yes, looking for something to eat. Gone. And, well, this guy walked in. Okay. So I reached out to him. Yes, and I ate him. Digitalmon, that kills people. Oh, well, I didn't know that. How could you not know that? Yeah, I'm in the wrong here. I suck. Why is there sand? That sand. Why is there sand everywhere? Well, I kind of, turn people into sand when I eat them. I ate a lot of people. Digitalmon, well, I was hungry, and well, when you crave humans, why on earth would you keep doing that? I was hungry for humans, give me a break. Digitalmon, my stomach was making the rumblies. Digitalmon, that only humans would satisfy. What is wrong with you, Digitalmon? Well, I eat people and cover up sand. That's 2 things. That kind of sums up the episode.
Alright then.
Angoromon reconnects with an old friend from the digital world, Digitamamon, only for things to end up in quite the rotten situation. I'm not apologizing for the pun. I didn't love this episode the first time for a very specific reason, but I enjoyed it more the second time. And the reason I didn't enjoy it so much the first time was because it opens up to Digitamon eating people instead of saving that for later in the episode. But the opening has since changed to replace the last segment of Gamamon Hero's introduction to fit King of Icemon, and also Dracumon has been removed from the opening narration and replaced with Petermon, more or less, because he's dead now. He's not coming back. Unless they pull a Savers and do bring him back, like did Gutsumon. Because Gutsumon was brought back later in Savers as a good guy, because they killed him. He was a bad guy initially, so they had to kill him because he was kind of racist. Savers had a lot of the villains in Savers were kind of racist. That's why they're the bad guys.
Never expected that kind of... Okay. I didn't expect Digimon to be racist.
To be fair, a bunch of Digimon had been killed by humans. That's why the Digimon don't like humans. And the problem I have with them opening up with Digitamon eating people is that's kind of the big twist of the episode. Like we know in episode 20 we had a guy getting thunder snapped right in front of a crowd of people. And then we find out it was some purple fire that did that. Dark Lizardmon creates the purple fire. Dark Lizardmon was the guy who killed him. But then we find out what really happened. But Digitamon were like, oh no, he's eating people. There's no twist there. He's eating people because he is hungry, and eating humans.
I'm sorry, John.
Makes him not hungry.
I'm sorry, John. I was just so hungry.
So since he's acting a little bit shady from time to time, like we know why he's acting shady. He eats people. It's like I probably would advise skipping past the tones and timestamp. Just to, maybe you'll enjoy the video more, the episode more. But we get more of Angoromon mentioning the meetings he has with other Digimon, because more and more are crossing over into the human world. When he reunites the Digitamamon, he says that he's been in the digital world for about 6 months. Meaning he was in the digital world the same as Hokuto, but never met him. And he also would have been in the human world early into Ghost Game's run. But he just never bumped into Angoromon during that time. And of course, Angoromon and Digitamamon were seekers of knowledge that had studied together, but they never found anything regarding humans. So that's why Digitamon's been hiding away, because he was scared of humans. And Angoromon and Digitamamon, it's like, you guys haven't changed at all to each other. But then when meeting Ruli, Digitamamon says they're also opposites in a few ways too, but they still get along. And they tell stories to Ruli about how they snuck into a Platinum Numemon's cave one time, and they argue over whose idea it was. But Platinum Numemon is also our first Ultimate level to appear in the show, but it's a flashback; it doesn't count. But then, of course, Digitamamon wants to eat some humans, so he tries to eat Ruli, and he has this childish innocence and naivety about it. It's okay, I'm just trying to survive. Humans eat things too, so it's okay for me to eat humans too. And it's a very stark morality to Dark Lizardmon and Sabergemon, because they feel immense guilt about killing a guy because humans don't become Digitama. But Digitamamon doesn't give a crap. He doesn't understand why people are getting in his way. He still thinks oh yeah, I'll eat the humans, then you, me, Angoromon, we can go back to hanging out like we used to. So I'm saying Angoromon kind of doesn't want him to eat the people. And he tries to explain himself, saying he would hide in the human's house that he's still in, but then he suddenly materialized and developed a strange hunger. And what's interesting about that is we see in episodes 13 and 14, Digimon still need to eat in a hologram ghost state. Goromon is eating fruit in episode 13 before Sealdramon offs him, and Koemon nearly dies of starvation before Barbamon found him in a flashback. Not Barbamon, Baba, the old lady he was friends with. But Digimon says something caused him to materialize, and what we know from Pokemon is emotion can cause Digimon to materialize. But Digimon materializes out of frame. We see a light and hear a strange harsh electric noise, which is very different from when Koemon materialized in episode 14. So that could be hinting at something to come.
Alright.
And Digimon has a very hard shell, so it can withstand even Wes and Gamamon's attacks. So King of Ice One has to throw him to the ground, which then breaks his shell. And then we see Wes and Gamamon become King of Ice One in the episode instead of Batel. So it's good to see Gamamon's other forms can become King of Icemon, because in Season 1, to tie in with the Digivolving toys, Agumon and Gabumon were the only members of their line who could become the ultimate levels. If they were a higher form, they had to revert to Agumon and Gabumon, then they could warp to the ultimate level.
Hey, I gotta head off the building. Good night.
Alright. Have a good night, Comet.
Good night, man.
Good night.
Have a good night, man.
Then in Colon Cancer, Greymon had to become Ultros mode before becoming War Greymon, and Wakerumon had to become Sagittarius mode before becoming Metal Garurumon. So that was kind of annoying. Of course, Embaragomon really does not understand what is wrong with Digitalmon, because Digitalmon's best explanation is he just wants to eat. And he questions you've changed, why, I don't understand, sort of thing. And then he kills him because there's nothing else he can do. He has to kill Digitalmon.
Wow. That's dark.
Which marks the first time they've had to kill a Digimon, because the other kills have been Gulas. And the first time Gulas killed a guy because he wanted to, and the second time it was kind of necessary because Arcanumon needed to die. And as Digitalmon dies, he says Angaromon has also changed. It's calling back earlier episode where neither of them had changed, now they both changed. And I didn't understand it the first time, but I think I understood it the second time. He questions if Angaromon is Digimon or human, because he cared greatly for Digitalmon, but now he's willing to kill him to protect a human. Because he doesn't understand why are you Digimon getting in my way to eat the humans? I don't want to hurt the Digimon, I just want to eat the humans. So I think that's what they were going for with that. Those last words. And because he just killed his best friend, Angaromon doesn't end off the episode with some esoteric words. Instead, we get a narration from Ruli. It's a horror movie where everyone died at the end, but all the humans that got eaten are dead. The main cast is fine. And also interesting to note about the dialogue is, for most of the episode, Angaromon and Digitalmon refer to each other either by name, which is a typical thing to do in Japanese, referring to people as you and stuff isn't extremely common like it is in English. But they also it does happen some of the time. They refer to each other as Kimi, which is a familiar, friendly term. When used in the context they're using it. But by the end of it, Digitalmon is referring to Angaromon as Omai, which can be considered more intense and even rude. So it definitely shows the way he viewed his dear friend had shifted over the episode. Because I remember in Frontier, Izumi got very offended to be referred to as Omai by Takuya. But to be fair, she was already pretty flustered given the situation they were in. And the situation they were in was cooties. So, oh no, a boy touched her. Cute cooties. There's episode 27. The real fear of water all along was because the vinyl bracelet isn't waterproof. You have to wait until the vinyl bracelet B for the waterproofing. You can't take this thing in the rain.
I see.
The gang becomes targeted by a Splashmon who desires to use them as material for a beauty serum that will make him shine. I enjoyed the episode. Like, it really focused on the kids being terrified out of their minds because Splashmon can appear from anywhere there is water, and we kind of need that to live.
Oh.
But Hero has been researching. We open to an urban legend YouTuber, not YouTuber, who describes the beckoned by water legend as a woman tries to tighten a tap that keeps dripping, and I have been there. Just you can't turn the faucet enough. And of course, she gets got by Splashmon. The myth itself is you hear a drop of water 3 separate times, even if no water's around you, and then you will disappear, leaving only a puddle of water on the floor. Watching this the first time, the whole dripping thing reminded me of that time I had an ear infection because I woke up and could hear the dripping of the shower. I had to sleep in another room to get away from it because ear infections make hearing really sensitive. And then Hero has been researching urban legends on a site Jellymon really likes.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Gamamon has some fast food, and he really likes eating ice because it is crunchy. We also learned rule number 4: don't bite the vacuum cleaner.
Don't bite the vacuum cleaner.
Gamamon runs out of ice, and he wants something to crunch on. And we find out the receptionist's name is Nijima. I don't usually talk about what other people have to say on the episodes, but people kind of forgot this is Nijima's 3rd appearance, not her 1st.
Huh.
She was in episode 2, I think, when Hiro was staying out for the night, and then she was attacked by Zasamon in episode 12. And Hiro sees Nijima get got by Splashmon, even though she didn't seem to be bothered by the dripping noise like the first woman was. And the whole beauty serum thing is taken from the reference book, where, because Splashmon is from Cross Wars, a lot of his stuff, if you read the reference book, most of that is taken from Cross Wars, but the beauty serum part is something the reference book invented. And that's kind of the one thing they took, like, oh yeah, he likes beauty serum, we'll run with that. And we never learn how Splashmon figures out humans make a good beauty serum when they're scared. Even he doesn't quite understand it himself, as he says later in the episode. And we also see that Gamamon needs to use the bathroom, as in he needs to pee, so Gamamon needs to pee. So I remember people making a big deal about a bathroom finally being mentioned in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Meanwhile, the first piece of Digimon anime, Koromon poops on the floor. In the anime, Koromon poops on the table and in a car. And Agumon has to use the bathroom in another episode. Because pooping is a big part of Digimon, but now we have a Digimon that needs to pee. But the kids get tormented by Splashmon for a while until they decide, like, we need to face this guy before we hear the 3rd drip. Because he wants to turn them into beauty serum too, and they just end up freezing him with Ruli's Snowfield V-Space, and I think we get the official term is pseudo-digital world, but it's just quicker and easier for me to say V-Space. The first time I thought they were going to dry him out with Hero's Desert, but no, they freeze him, and that's fine. And of course, everyone returns to normal after Splashmon is frozen, and Blacktailmon Uva shows up to whisk the frozen Splashmon away, because the kid's like, what do we do with a frozen Splashmon? What happens when he melts? And Blacktailmon Uva is kind of all too prepared. Like, they have a sled and a Moosmon to draw it. And, pretty coincidental, isn't that, Blacktailmon? But Hero also gives Blacktailmon a letter addressed to his father before they can depart. And that's kind of how the episode ends, and disappointingly, we don't see Splashmon's tiger form, but I don't think they could have worked it into the episode. Like, maybe we'll see Splashmon again in the future when they go to the digital world or something.
Alright.
And episode 28, Face Taker. Sponsor me! That's a reaction I had to a scene in this. But it's an enjoyable episode. Like, we opened to Kotaro doing Kotaro things.
Mm-hmm.
Because he got a doll of his favorite member, so I guess an idol group or something. It's a limited edition, so he's very proud of himself. And it's when Asaramon steals his face.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wants to feel the joy he feels. And of course, Hiro doesn't check up on him for 2 days after that, and he's just lounging around in his room without a face and just a mask instead. And Gamamon refers to Kotaro as Kota, for short. And we are reminded that Hiro cannot say no because he's been doing Kotaro's cleaning duties for the week. Notice an animation error in the episode where Asaramon has this jewelry that's shaped like an eye.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of colored it entirely red for a scene when it's supposed to be an eye. It's not all supposed to be red. But Asaramon steals the face of a guy playing basketball and then does a slam dunk. But I also see like Asaramon is kind of exploiting a Mushmon under the threat of duress. Like, lead me to secluded places where I can steal human faces or I'll steal your face. So the Digimon are exploiting each other. There's also a Kongomon. He's kind of just there. I don't feel like he needed to be in the episode because he has no speaking lines and just stores Asaramon's stolen faces. Like, you could have just... I don't think you needed a Digimon to store them. You could have just had Asaramon summon them at will. But like, no, he needs someone to store them, I guess, to show off like he's collected a lot of faces. And Kyoshiro and Ruli decide to go investigate the graveyard where Kotaro lost his face, where they encounter Asaramon, and Ruli is very courageous and stands down Asaramon, but that's kind of inconsistent with the last episode where she and Kyoshiro were absolutely terrified of Splashmon and Hiro was the only confident one around him. But of course, Kyoshiro is being Kyoshiro, so he's terrified out of his mind. And I had a realization watching it the second time. If all the characters are Asian, and Asaramon's not Asian, and he puts on a person's face, it converts his entire face into their face. Does that mean he's doing yellow face most of the episode? For a lot of the episode? Like, is that yellow face? Or is it okay because he's black? Like, his skin is actually black. His skin is actually black, and I don't think Asura is from an African country. I think it might be Indian.
Huh.
But he tries on Kyoshiro's face, and earlier he tried on Kotaro's face, and then he tries on Ruli's face, and then he goes on a emotion-fueled rampage, like he's on drugs or something, stealing a bunch of faces because Ruli's emotions got him so fired up. And he just busts into people's houses and buildings, stealing everyone's faces. And then that's pretty entertaining. And then he finds out about a stadium full of people. Like, that's a lot of faces. And of course, Hiro has to stop him because people will probably get killed if he tries to bust in there and steal everyone's faces. And then we see Kaos become Kano Vicemon, so that's all three of Gamon's evolutions becoming Kano Vicemon before you even get the second perfect, which kind of fits because we had all three. All three before we even got Simbara and Goromon. And the Asaramon explains he's been stealing faces because he only has 3 faces himself. And so he can only feel 3 emotions. Like, one face is happy, one face is sad, one face is angry. And Kano Vicemon, of course, being a big fan of justice, appeals to Asaramon's sense of justice because Asaramon is a very pro-justice individual. So it's nice that they're still more taking from the reference book and really showing like, yes, Kano Vicemon is a big fan of justice. Definitely looking forward to the other perfects matching the reference book. But when fighting, Asaramon Kano Vicemon reverts to Chaos Gamamon after something goes on with Hiro's vital bracelet, and people have interpreted that as a time limit, and I have no idea why. Because I thought it was a power limit, and
Huh.
Referencing episodes not in this batch, the couple of other times the power limit appears in later episodes, I'm absolutely sure it's a power limit, not a time limit. And I think that was put there by Hokuto in case Gulas showed up and tried doing Gulas things, it would kick him back to Gamamon. Because we see in episode 21, Gulas can deal with a perfect level, no problem. So he's at least perfect level power-wise.
Alright.
And Kinemazmon is perfect. And I knew the episode would end how it did, but it was a lot more entertaining than I expected. And more clever. Where Asramon steals Hero's face, and then Goromon is there, and he asks Asramon to give all the faces back, which he does, because Hero cannot say no. And then Asramon is all upset and embarrassed that he gave all the faces back. So it's showing he's learning to express more emotions without human faces. And then Goromon invites him to the Digimon gatherings, so he can experience more human more emotions than just his 3, which he's already learned to do. But I remember him returning the faces doesn't fix all those buildings he broke, though. But I remember when he restores all the faces, it's really funny, and it just reminded me of the last funny thing. The funniest thing I saw in Digimon, which was the joke in Young Hunters, where there's an Ogamon and a Fugamon selling spicy ramen, but no one wants their ramen. So the Ogamon and the Fugamon's just like, we'll try each other's ramen to see what's wrong with it. And the Ogamon tries the Fugamon's ramen, and he says, "Oh my god," in English. Like, your ramen is just spicy. And then Fugamon says, "Oh my god, yours is the same." And I was just really funny. Young Hunters was a long time ago.
Alright.
And we bring this to episode 29, Monster Pollen. Nobody F's with the white mage.
Okay.
Kyoshiro takes it upon himself to reunite a lost girl with his mother inside a mall filled with giant spiders and surrounded by toxic gas.
Oh.
Tall order. And watching this for the first time, this is probably one of my favorite episodes of TV I've ever seen. And Jolymon is just hanging around a mall with Kyoshiro and with no consideration for the fact that people might notice she exists. We also get Kodo Kugumon making its anime debut after getting redesigned earlier this year, I think, or last year. They did a poll, like, which one of these 4 Digimon do you want in the reference book first, which was Black Seraphimon from Frontier, Kodo Kugumon from Adventure, Yo-Yo-Mon and Akadakachimon or something from fan contests. Kodo Kugumon was the only one to receive a redesign. And I really liked the redesign. I was kind of very disappointed they didn't redesign Black Seraphimon to get rid of the Mercuromon aspects of it. Because in Frontier, it's actually a Mercuromon that absorbed Seraphimon's data, so that's why it has Mercuromon features. But then the other stuff just treats it like it's its own standalone thing separate from Mercuromon. And the Kugumon are attacking people throughout the mall to absorb their data. And Kyosho finds a lost little girl who mistakes him for academic genius from an anime she likes called Academic Busters. And Kyosho just kind of plays along to help her find her mother. And the girl's name is Yuna. And we find out Jellymon is very receptive to reverse psychology, just for future reference if anyone decides to use it, I don't know. Because they say they can't leave the mall because it's surrounded by a fog, and Jellymon wants to leave the mall even more because of that. And when Kyosho finds the Kodo Kugumon, he remembers the Do Kugumon from episode 21, so a bit of continuity. And Jellymon remarks that that's a Kodo Kugumon, not a Do Kugumon, and they can't make their own poison, so it's strange why they're creating some kind of corrosive poison that can melt walls.
Okay.
Which is a reference to the reference book, where that's what... compare Do Kugumon, they have gloves with fingers, while Kodo Kugumon have gloves with big claws, which those claws have poison, but the poison isn't made by the Kodo Kugumon. and Kyoshiro collapses and has an integer overflow after witnessing a bunch of Kodo Kugumon feeding on a lot of people.
Oh.
They're okay, they're just stealing data, there's no bite wounds or anything.
Ah, never mind then.
But then Jellymon wakes them up as she does, and he has a limit break. And he calmly handles the situation and fends off some Kodo Kugumon, but is poisoned in the fighting. And we find out that the source of the poison is actually a tropiumon, which the Kodo Kugumon are parasiting. They're taking the poison from the tropiumon. And it's not Tropiumon's anime debut. It's from Pendulum Z and made its debut in Colon Cancer, but that was a really terribly handled. It was handled horribly, which was kind of like, I understand that doesn't narrow it down to any specific episode because nothing was handled well in that show. But it was a Sora episode. It was a terrible Sora episode, which kind of narrows things down to the Sora episodes because they all sucked. But there's a much better handling of Tropiumon in this episode because it's an actual character and not just a mindless monster of the week. And because of the gas, Hiro and Ruli sneak into the mall through an old railway. And Hiro liked to visit old railways when he was in grade school. And then they meet Harrismon from Digimon Re-Arise. Of course, he makes his anime debut after the game shuts down because Digimon doesn't really have its priority with anime appearances all that well thought out. And I think even without this, Re-Arise probably would have shut down before Harrismon made it a debut. Yeah. They're very unlike Pokemon, where they don't really use the anime to advertise things going on that much, unless it's specifically for the anime. Like if some game is coming out and Pokemon anime will generally reference it somehow. Digimon doesn't do that. We haven't even got Pulsemon in the anime yet, and he's the mascot of the Vital Bracelet. Kyoshiro goes to the roof because Yuna noticed the Kodo Kugumon constantly flee to the roof, so that must be something important. And then he trips on his way through the door and wakes up from his limit break personality, having forgotten everything that happened since he had his integer overflow. And we find out the Tropiumon is not fond of the Kodo Kugumon. They're kind of annoying, actually. And we see its tropical venom in action, where he melts the inside of some Kodo Kugumon. We even see them cough them up before dying. Like, that's graphic.
Okay.
Of course, Kyoshiro decides to do what he did in episode 17, just give up and die. And it's like, Jellymon, Tesla Jellymon, you take care of the girl for me, please. But then he gets a call from Hiro and Ruli. He's like, hey, where are you? We're on our way. And it's like, he has flashbacks to episode 22 and 25 of Hiro and Ruli and how they wouldn't give up, and so neither can he as their senpai and the dorm leader of Hiro's dorm. And we all knew that no one knew Kinobasman was coming in Crimson Banquet. We all knew Thetismon would be in this episode because it was Kyoshiro focused. There was poison. That's the main things. Thetismon can cure poison. And of course, when Thetismon appears, Kyoshiro's Digivice's yellow ring is replaced with a magenta. Also, his infected skin is carried over into the evolution sequence. So that's a neat detail. And I appreciate how the voice actress sounds completely different from how she normally does. Because typically they just use the same voice actor or voice actress for Digimon forms, regardless of whatever happens. And have certain characters like Gilmon, they mostly sound the same. Dukemon has a different speech mannerisms, but it still sounds like Masako Nozawa, and I'm not fond of her in that role, so that did not help my viewing experience. And I was worried Jellymon would sound like Jellymon as Thetismon, but fortunately she does not. You'd almost think it was a different voice actress unless if someone told me it was a different voice actress, I probably would have believed them. Also appreciate, Thetismon isn't giant, she's pretty close to human size. And of course, Thetismon incapacitates Tropiumon, who explains he was just trying to find his friends. He didn't mean for anyone to get hurt with the poison gas. He was just trying to make a signal. And then he leaves with his friends as the Kodokugumon sneak out the railway Hiro and Ko were in earlier. Which people question, like, why were they in the episode? Like, probably to show what happened to the Kodokugumon, because it's not like they could have just run through the streets. I also like how Tropiumon he was big, but not gigantic like he was in the last season. Like, he's a big plant dragon. I expect him to be big, but I don't like it when Digimon are full Titanic. Of course, Thetismon cures everyone with her poison because she can do that. She either poisons you with her poison or can cure and buff people with the poison, so she does the better of the two options. And so it's a much better evolution episode than Crimson Banquet was, because it actually felt like an evolution episode, not just, hey, this is a Ruli episode, now it's a Hero episode, here's Kingdom Iceborne. It was very clearly a Kyosho episode from the beginning. But on to episode 30, Bad Friend. Listen, if you're in the closet, that's your business. But if you're in a miner's closet, that's for the police's business. A troubled schoolgirl ends up in a toxic relationship with a couple of giant stuffed animals. It was definitely a neat episode because we primarily focused on a new character who's not a protagonist, nor is she in a very protagonist-y role. Of course, from this episode, they didn't swap out the ending to Jellymon Kyosho's introductory sequence. They cut it out entirely and reanimated it to be something completely new to accommodate for Thetismon. It's like, wow, someone really likes Jellymon, and I'm here for it. Because we're introduced to Kayono, who is a girl in great emotional distress. She's tearing up her dress, she misses her friends and thinks they've forgotten about her. And one of her friends is Aoi from Ruli's friend group. And is kind of jealous that, her friend is spending time with someone else because she's so alone. And the person she's jealous of is Ruli. Because she knows Ruli because she's on social media and stuff. She's kind of a big name, I guess. And of course, Digimon of the Day are Waramon, Zaimon, and Extramanamon, with the latter making their anime debut, leaving only Cyclomon as the last Digimon from the Digital Monster toys to make an anime appearance. And she's kind of scared of them at first until they turn her father into a doll. And it's like, hey, maybe these guys aren't so bad.
Okay.
And you find out, like, Kyono, Ruli, and Mika and Ai all go to Ruli's school. But Ruli was in the same year as Kyono, but they were never close. And Ai was friends with her in grade school. And people completely miss this detail. The kids went up a year. They're in their second year now, and that means Kyosho's in his third year. And then that's the last year of junior high school, then he's on to senior high school after that. So they have 1 year to finish Ghost Game in the universe. Maybe. Ruli and Hiro go to different schools, so I guess it wouldn't be too much of a big deal. And also, they say Kyono's been missing from school for about a month, meaning they'd be in May or something, timeline-wise. So I think it's one of those things when they're trying to keep up with the real-world time. Because we get a scene of Mika feeding Gamamon, and she calls him Gamchan. Or Gamchan. And people are like, doesn't she know Digimon exist? And I'm just thinking, like, no, when she encountered Phelismon, Phelismon never said he was a Digimon. As far as she knows, that was an actual satanic ritual with real demons. She doesn't know Digimon exist. Like she and Mika agreed, like, she and I agreed, like, oh yeah, well, just keep, you'll let Ruli keep us now, so, like, as far as they know, she's involved in some satanic stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like, they're not gonna press her on the issue. It's just, there's demons about, and we'll not bother Ruli about it. That was in episode 15. They never revealed their Digimon, so as far as they know, they're actual demons.
Wow. So they just think she's just hanging out with demons. Okay.
Well, as far as the audience is concerned, they might as well think she's been hanging out with demons because Phelasmon never revealed he was a Digimon. He just said he's going to invade the human world. So either Mika knows demons are real, or it was a big elaborate stage play, and those demons that were chasing them were somehow special effects, I guess.
Huh.
We don't know. We just know they don't know Digimon exist. Because Waramon, Zaman, and Extra like turning people into dolls, and Kiona is essentially something that is being an enabler to them because they're giving her attention. And they sort of goad her into doing bad things. And always asking her, like, hey, can we turn these guys into dolls too? Like, yeah, sure, whatever. And her mother is basically a prisoner in her own home under threat of Waramon Zaimon doing something bad to her. And Amon Zaimon is also spying on Hiro and Gammamon. And then, Kiona eventually just gets tired of being at home and decides to go on a spree of turning a bunch of people into dolls, and is like, who needs people? We'll just turn them all into dolls. Like, I get teenagers can be moody, and I'm sure we've all been there, but they just want everyone to disappear, but lady, you let these guys turn a baby into a doll. We see the stroller, they turned a baby into a doll. Crossed a line there, Extra-Anima. She also turns the Kyosho and Jellymon into dolls Extra does after they bump into Kiona.
Oh, of
while
course.
Jellymon and Kyosho are getting things for her business of supplying stuff to Digimon like 13 and 15. Because Rolly and Hiro have to deal with Kiona on their own, and they send Waramon, Zaimon, and Extra-Animon to the V-Space, and without her friends, Kiona kind of has a breakdown, not wanting to be alone again, but when Zaimon explains things to her that you're the reason you're alone.
Oh.
Like, you need to think about other people. And somehow they can, using his lovely attack, they can peer into the V-Space, and when Zaimon can even enter the V-Space of his own accord. Like, that's certainly something. And without Kiona around, Waramon, Zaimon, and Extra-Ramon explain that, they're just using her because she enables them.
Oh.
And, so it reminds me of episode 3 when Dracumon said he wanted to meet a bad human himself to do bad things. And Waramon, Zaimon just uses lovely attack on the two Digimon so they stop being dicks. And they sort of imply this is not the first time they've tried something like this.
Oh, okay.
So they failed again. They foiled again by a stuffed bear. And
Darn, my efforts have...
There's a bit of symbolism with the Kiona's attire, where like she's wearing pink clothes at the start, then she meets the Digimon, she's wearing black, and then by the end of it she's wearing white. Like she's had a big personality shift across the episode. But when Kenovicemon's fighting the Digimon, he references the limit from episode 28. So they get the fight over quickly. And I notices, remembers Angoramon, but decides to keep it to herself mostly, as per her agreement with Mika in episode 15. And so, Kiona sort of understands, you do need to care about people. We need to take a break for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Oh. Well. That's quite a lot of Digimon. Alright. In that case,
Angus, have you heard?
Oh no, go ahead. No, continue.
Angus, have you guys seen the internet historian and JonTron collab video?
No, I have not.
No.
It is the best thing I've ever saw. Because you just get internet historian and JonTron improving on on whatever the hell their topic is.
Oh shit, JonTron just it's the latest shit. I haven't caught up with JonTron. Wait, why am I not subscribed to JonTron? Oh fuck! I keep forgetting like all the channels I was subscribed to before. Just I'm not anymore because YouTube just decided, you're not watching them. We'll get rid of them for you. It's like why? I haven't seen JonTron in so long. So I thought he just stopped uploading, but no, it's just like, oh no, I was never. YouTube just unsubscribed me. Also, Nick, do you want to see? I don't know how you feel about this. This is an image from Fortnite. I'm gonna put in the back room.
Oh no. Ah!
How do you feel about a xenomorph doing the Kamehameha? Hold on, I want to.
James, have you seen all the? James, have you seen the video where it's the xenomorph doing all the Fortnite dances?
Yes, unfortunately.
So you kind of. James, I think that's it's stupid. It shouldn't happen. But the fact that it did happen, it's fucking hilarious.
Xenonic, are you going to be doing the Fortnite scrub stance for us?
I wish I could, but my avatar wouldn't allow it.
Ah.
I'm back.
I'm showing everyone this screenshot from Fortnite of a xenomorph doing a Kamehameha.
Akame Yamama.
Mea.
Kamehameha. I don't know how. Is it Dragon Ball?
Whatever. I was referencing that viral thing of a guy mispronouncing Kamehameha on purpose.
Ah.
Mea. Yeah.
The Kame Yomama.
Kame Yomama. Suna, can you perform a Kame Yomama? No joke, I actually really ironically find this image hilarious.
Oh, it's fucking great.
Not only if we can get an image macro of the xenomorph doing a Kaioken, everything in the world will feel better.
Alright. What episode were we on though? SGD.
Just finishing up about episode 30.
Alright.
I do like seeing like the Digimon having a negative influence on stuff, and that's not just directly antagonistic. And like Digimon can also have a positive effect, like realize like I do need to think about other people. Like Aoi was thinking of her earlier when she came to check on her, like, hey, I haven't seen you in school for a month. What's going on? And so one more episode and a bit of discussion after that. And episode 31 is Tsujigiri, a big bunny with a sword. Chelsea, did you have something to do with this?
Oh.
Angaromon is possessed by a mysterious katana and must resist the desire for him to strike down humans and Digimon alike. And I found like it does a really good episode of showcasing Angaromon's self-control, which he'll probably need in the future. And I could tell just from the title, the villain of the episode was going to be a Musimon. Because the Tsugiri is the practice of samurais testing their new sword on just a random bystander. If you know the move Night Slash from Pokemon, that's a reference to the same thing. It's like a crossroad killing. A samurai would wait at a crossroad and just strike down the first person to come by. And it's like, let's see how sharp my sword is. I can get away with this because I'm a samurai.
Yeah, the samurai were not historically nice people. Few of them were even noble. Weren't even noble. But
not. Are you suggesting Ninja Turtles lie to me?
Well, they're ninjas. They're automatically distrustful.
We see in episode 26, Angoramon is kind of a book nerd, and we see this again in episode 31, where he's just nerding out over this book, like, oh, really, have you ever heard of this place? It's so awesome. It's a book about a swordsman. Wait, is there some kind of foreshadowing? And Repamon reappears from episode 11, and he discusses the rumor of the Tsuchigiri with Angoramon, and he and his tale tell like the culprit goes by a multitude of descriptions, because the sword is a Digimon. It's actually a Digimon possessed by the sword, and whenever it finds a better wielder, it passes on to them, and if they're not worthy, it just kills them. And absorbs them into the blade. And then when you are possessed by the sword, you are compelled to do the same as the previous wielder, where you just strike down humans and Digimon, or pass the blade on to someone else. So Angoramon gets possessed. Okay, now there's definitely some foreshadowing. And when Angoramon is possessed by the sword, he discovers a consciousness exists within the sword, compelling him to, cut down people. And Kiyoshiro does like having his space away from Jellymon because she's out of the house most of the time. We also get Zubamon, who is the 20th anniversary Digimon, making his debut in the anime. And this episode came out on the 25th anniversary of Digimon, by sheer coincidence because of the hiatus. And a lot of it is just Angoramon refusing to give in to what the blade wants him to do. And everyone looks all over town for him, but they can't find him, and Rhoda remembers the Shinsoji temple that Angoramon mentioned from his book earlier, and they find him there. Where Angoramon has to fight Tesla Jellymon, and we discover the sword can also passively absorb energy from Digimon if they're restrained. So Tesla Jellymon had a pretty good lockdown on him until it started draining her energy too, without having to touch her. And then Calscamamon also gets cut by the blade, but it doesn't kill him, which is probably because his ghoul side had a lot of energy reserves. But the energy it does take from Kaos causes Musyamon to regenerate from his own sword, because it was a Musyamon sword. People learn that from analyzing the sword. It's clearly a Musyamon sword because you look at the hilt and whatnot. And then he wants to finish the job because he knows Kaos is hiding even more power. He read the Gammamon. But Angoramon stands up to Musyamon, saying he will never stop protecting Ruli, so it's more of their bond. And then Zubamon shows up wanting revenge on Musyamon, giving him a scar last time they fought. And that helps to give Simba and Angoramon an edge because he couldn't stand up to Musyamon without a weapon. And in a typical samurai movie trope, the battle is decided with a single attack, and Zubamon shatters Musyamon's sword, having turned into a sword for Simba to wield, because Zubamon is a Legend Arms Digimon and can turn into a sword. And then all the humans are returned to normal. No word on the Digimon, they're probably dead.
Oh, okay.
Or they might not be, who knows. But all the humans are fine. And Zubamon departs at the end of the episode, and I don't really want to talk about stuff which hasn't come out yet as of the episode, but Zubamon isn't a dim card related to the Ghost game. I don't think that's evidence we'll ever see him again. It's just the Legends Arms are pretty cool Digimon, so put them in some dim cards. Then one of the other Digimon, I don't think they wanted to show off everything about it, because it's Ghost game related, and the other Ghost game dims didn't show off their whole lines either. But I'll be able to talk about those dims next time. And then to end off the episode, Blacktailmon Uva makes another reappearance, which is pretty soon after the last one. All things considered. and seemingly to take Muslimon back to the digital world because he gives up, like, oh, you broke my sword, I surrender. And Blacktailmon has a reply from Hero's father, and Hero says he asked his dad, what do we do about Digimon that are too strong to handle? And his father's reply is, I don't know, son, good luck.
Oh.
And a lot of people were bothered by this, but I understand. I think I have a very clear idea of where they're going with the series. I have a big brain about this.
Okay.
And it's all playing into Hero's father being a bit of a goof. And I think they're going to subvert that later. Like, oh yeah, he's a bit of a goof, but he's also doing a lot more than what he's letting on. Like, there's probably a lot of things he's dealing with in the digital world that he's not ready to tell Hero about. And the whole thing, like, not knowing what to do with the Digimon that's too strong is probably setting up for Hero reaching a breaking point. Because they see with, like, Digitalmon and Arcanimon, there are Digimon which cannot be redeemed and you need to kill them. Because like, that's the only way to deal with them is either kill them or send them back to the digital world. Otherwise they'll just keep killing more people. And then Extranomon, Waramon, Zaimon, these Digimon are just straight up evil. Like, there are some Digimon who are just evil. There is no means of redemption. They do not want to be redeemed. They are not misunderstood. They are evil. And it's sort of a bit more, like, coming back around to that moment. Rewatching episode 21, which was Gulas' last appearance. I think I misinterpreted that because I thought a lot of people thought Gulas was talking to Hero like it's not time yet. And I don't think he was actually talking to Hero. I think he was talking to the Black Galgamon, who was also present in the episode. Because Gulas has this resentfulness in the way he's presenting himself. And it's like he's thinking, like, he's looking at Hero thinking, like, how does this kid still not get it? Because he doesn't even test Hero, like, hey Hero, I want to kill Arcanimon. Like, no, he just straight up kills Arcanimon because he knows it's something they kind of have to do. Compared to Sealsdramon, which is a lot more emotionally driven. And when he says it's not time yet, I don't have a very good eye for cinematography, but they made it very blatant. Hero is in front of Gulas. The Black Galgamon is presumably behind Gulas, which we see after the it's not time yet. And when Gulas says it's not time yet, he is positioned on the more to the right side of the screen, so there's a lot of empty space behind him on the left side of the screen. So that makes me think the words are actually directed at the Black Galgamon. The Hero isn't ready yet for whatever Gulas has planned. It makes me want, like, Black Galgamon is of course the level above Agumon, because there's an Agumon in episode 13. Like, it's a Black Agumon, but officially it's just Agumon Black, so I'll just call it Agumon. And I think the Agumon might have had something to do with Sealsdramon, because I still believe he was mind controlled. I noticed that both eyes were red, not just the left one, because the right one is glowing red, even though it's normally red. Because when he dies, both eyes lose the glow. So I think the Agumon was there to keep an eye on the mind-controlled Sealsdramon. But then Black Galgamon had another task, like maybe he's watching Gamamon specifically, or they sent him like, okay, we need a Digimon who can handle themselves if they're going into a Dokugamon nest. So he's there to approach Gulas, I guess, like bring him back to whoever is in charge, whoever the big bad might be, because we don't know who that is, because Ghost Game has kind of learned from the last few seasons, like, yeah, having a big bad constantly looming overhead and doing nothing about it for 90% of the show is kind of a bad move, so Ghost Game's avoiding that entirely. So I think that they're going to reach a point where Hero wants to kill a Digimon. Like, they do something so heinous that it's not, we have to kill this Digimon, it's, I want this Digimon to die, even if it's just a momentary lapse in judgment. I think that's what they're building up to. And then that's when Gulas will come out like, Hero, my Ningen, you finally see things my way.
I just want this Digimon to die. And Gulas comes out, shit, and why didn't you say so?
And then I think that will be setting up for Hero to bring Gulas around to his line of thinking, because most of the episodes are a peaceful resolution with the Digimon.
Hmm.
Like, the only ones which come to mind which don't really have a peaceful resolution are things like Cherrymon, not Cherrymon, I think it's Flipper. Like System and Ciel, Ciel's Ramon. Yeah, very few episodes. And people didn't like that initially, but I think a lot of those people have kind of stayed quiet now. Because it's kind of showing off that the compatibility and incompatibility between humans and Digimon. Like, Hero is showing there's a way around this. Like, it's annoying because they blatantly spell this out in episode 13 in a flashback of all things because they needed to get it into the audience's heads. These kids are a bridge between humans and Digimon. That is what the theme of Ghost Game is. So Hero believes that. Gullis is sort of the antithesis where it's eat or be eaten, and then Hero will show Gullis that things don't have to be that way. So that's what I'm expecting, and I think the next time that's why I don't think Gullis showed up in these matches of episodes, because that's what they're waiting for, and when that happens, that's when the plot's going to kick off and it's going to start that sort of plot thread, and then Gullis and Hero will see eye to eye and they'll take on the big bad or something. And I think the last time we see Gullis is when he will become King of Weissmon. Like, he will become King of Weissmon, and that's the last we'll see of Gullis in person. But I don't expect that stuff to happen until we probably get almost to the ultimate level part of the show. We'll probably start seeing ultimate level bad guys when we get the rest of the perfects. But I mean, like, ultimate levels for the kids, like the kids get the ultimate levels, like they'll probably do the Gullis stuff right before, maybe.
Alright.
But yeah, that's, I think that's last of the discussion for now.
Man, you dug deep into that.
Yeah, I thought this is kind of like the weakest batch of episodes so far, and like they're better than for the second viewing, but it kind of just feels like just a bunch of episodes, just doing character things, and it kind of bothers me when people say like, oh, nothing's happening, and like I have a thing, like a document, and next to each of the titles, if something happened, I put a symbol there, and something happens every other episode. Like, we did have a long stretch of nothing happening in these episodes. It was like episode 1 we get Gamamon, episode 2 we get a Gamamon Evolution, episode 3 we get Angoramon, episode 5 we get Jellymon, episode 7 we get a Gamamon Evolution, episode 10 we get Jellymon's Evolution, episode 12 we get Gamamon Evolution, episode 13 we get Gullis, episode 15 we get an Angoramon Evolution, then we had a bit of a break for a few episodes until episode 20 where we get Gamamon's ability to unlock his evolutions, and episode 21 is Gullis, and then another break to 25 when we get King of Weissmon, and then we get the power limit in 28, and then we get Thetismon in episode 29. So things have been happening, it's just not plot, but Ghost Game is an episodic show, and people are constantly confusing overarching plot with an underlying mystery, and Ghost Game has the latter, not the former, because the plot starts when the characters start taking conscious action towards something, and they're not doing that. So it's not a plot; it's an underlying mystery. Like, and people are upset. Like, why haven't they? They're not doing anything with these, and they're acting like the show is over. The show is not over. They can still do things with these. I think it's a problem with people nowadays are too focused on instant gratification. Like, they want an immediate follow-up to something that needs build-up. I like slow burns. That's why I've been enjoying Ghost Game. I prefer they take their times with these things rather than just doing what other seasons did and just not. Like, it was really annoying in Apple Monsters and Colon Cancer. We're like, oh yeah, there's a big bad, and they're constantly dangling the keys above our heads, and then we finally get there, and it's incredibly underwhelming. Things like I don't actually think they know how many episodes of Ghost Game was going to be made from the get-go. Because early into Colon Cancer, we got the episode count of 66 episodes leaked pretty early into its run through a third-party source. Like, dear God, Geekdom 101, please look into what you are talking about. Because he's like, oh yeah, Ghost Game's ending in... Digimon's ending in October or the next few months. Like, that, Geekdom, you're talking about last season. The episode count was released by Toei officially. Like, the episode count for the last season was never released officially. It was leaked. And we don't have any episode numbers for Ghost Game revealed.
Alright.
I think the Ghost Game was made to promote a product specifically, like the Vital Bracelet, compared to other Digimon seasons, which like they're made and then products are made to be sold from the anime, but the anime was made to advertise a specific product line. And they probably want to keep it going for a while, especially with a new model of Vital Bracelet coming out this year. And the thing is, like, I can see Ghost Game ending next year and being replaced by Dragon Ball Super. But then that's the thing, like, they don't want to start Dragon Ball Super again and have a repeat of what happened the first time around. And insiders are seeing a lot of the animators for Dragon Ball Super on Dragon Quest die. So Dragon Quest Die is filling up, ending in a handful of weeks. It'll be end exactly at 100 episodes, which people predicted pretty early on. It would have exactly 100 episodes. So taking that into account, Dragon Ball Super could come back early to mid next year, at the earliest, I guess. And it'll probably be on the Ghost Game's time slot, or maybe it won't. But I feel like we still have a lot of Ghost Game to go.
And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Alright then.
I think that's all I have to say.
Alright. Wow. Well, for someone to say he wasn't gonna go, he wasn't gonna say every single detail of the plot, we ended up talking for quite a long time.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why I didn't explain every detail of the plot.
I see. Well. I guess with that said, then you mentioned Dragon Ball, so real quick.
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry, Nick. Hold on,
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry. Real quick though, I just want to show this image. I put it in the back room as well as that image of Goku pointing a gun at the Xenomorph about to do the Kamehameha. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, now we can talk about Dragon Ball. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I don't know how to begin. This is my topic. I don't know how to begin.
I don't know. Start with, did you like it?
Oh, I really enjoyed this. You know what? I should go into like a plot synopsis. So I guess I could start with that. Let me just take a swig of my mango Pepsi. Okay, so after the events of Dragon Ball Super Broly, Goku and Vegeta are basically taking Broly to Beerus' planet to like basically help him train so he won't, go Broly again. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon Army is actually reforming and is seeking help from Dr. Jiro's grandson, Dr. Hedo, to create essentially more essentially to create more androids for them. And they do this by kind of simultaneously tricking, but also they also believe what they're saying as well, into saying that Capsule Corp is basically the forefront of an alien invasion.
Well, there's aliens.
Well, yeah.
They got the alien part right.
The logic isn't unfounded, which I think is what's funny. It's like, and so, because Goku and Vegeta are off-world, it's up to Piccolo, the main man, to find. He's finally the main man.
It only took Piccolo
After
how
so
long?
many years of irrelevance, finally it's Piccolo's turn.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a Piccolo movie.
Damn
because
right.
Toriyama loves Piccolo, and he was very invested in making this movie.
Not only is it, I want to say this is, we get Piccolo's redemption. We also get Gohan's redemption. After, Chance, I showed you the DBZ Kai stuff, right?
DBC Kai?
Bridged Kai. Because, like, remember when Piccolo puts at the end, goes, "You peaked." What?
Yeah. You peaked.
Yeah, that was Gohan's peak. Because he basically became, Chase, imagine, Motoro, kind of like this mild-mannered, like, kind of just doing his thing and then becoming a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine it backwards.
Ah.
That's what happened with Gohan.
I want to mention really quick, like, as much as Piccolo has been sandbagged this entire franchise going, starting from Z onwards, out of the two antagonists of the original Dragon Ball, sadly he got a better deal than Tien.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to Tien?
You know how Gohan and Piccolo kind of became irrelevant?
Yeah.
Tien got irrelevant, but worse.
Worse?
You know how Tien dies in the Saiyan saga?
Oh, he died?
That was the last bit of relevance he ever really had.
Ooh.
Dying in the Saiyan saga.
I still don't know what that is, but I take it that's not a good thing.
You know when Vegeta and Nappa
I
showed
showed you DBZ abridged.
You did show me DBC Abridged.
That was the first arc.
Oh, that was it?
When they're fighting Vegeta and Nappa,
Yeah.
Tien fails to damage Nappa and dies.
Wow.
That was the last relevant thing Tien did. I mean, yeah, he distracted Cell with the Kikoho, but that wasn't really much.
Wow.
I mean, Tien can at least live knowing that the Tri-Beam, as stupid it is visually, is still like amazing meme.
So, so Changus, you know how Gohan became Super Saiyan 2, right? Like that was like the one of the greatest things to happen in the series. By the time of Resurrection F, Gohan could barely turn Super Saiyan.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how poorly he's been handling his training.
Jeez.
So him becoming the most powerful character again. Finally, there's a win. You know what this is? There's a lot of wins in this movie.
I think official stuff does confirm he is the most powerful character, like more powerful than Vegeta and Goku. But this was written before the manga, like the current arc of the manga, so we don't know how that factors in.
Joke's on you, SGD. I don't read the manga.
Yeah, the manga is its own. Canon is a complicated issue. If you're following the anime, then yes, he is the strongest character in the anime, but we don't know how the movie reflects it on the manga, which I think we can assume it's anime continuity. Because they've officially stated the manga and the anime are officially different products going forward.
Huh.
Well, considering like if even if the manga really doesn't factor into the movie, considering that Toriyama kind of wrote the screenplay for the movie, it does factor into something.
It'd be canon to the original manga, but the super manga is more of a discussion.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad Gohan's getting love again.
Yeah.
I laughed when I found out what Piccolo does to get Gohan back into fighting.
Yeah, he just had to pretend that his daughter was kidnapped.
Nick. Piccolo gaslighted Gohan back into fighting.
Yes, he did! Oh, it's amazing! Also, I gotta mention, Pan is adorable. Especially in the Japanese dub.
I watched it in the English dub.
I watched the Japanese dub first and then the English dub.
Yeah, I understand that.
But even still, adorable. And Piccolo, best babysitter. Change. Remember when I told you that Kopaka is May's babysitter in the Convergence universe? That's what I was referencing.
Babysitter? Nick, Piccolo's just straight up her grandfather. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest here. Piccolo was more of a dad to Gohan than Goku.
Yeah.
I see like big Dragon Ball fans argue against that. Like, no, even Toriyama admits Goku is not a good father.
I'm going to destroy your son, Goku. I have one of those? Oh shit, I have two of those!
Goten had his 5 minutes of fame in this movie.
Yeah. He got a growth spurt.
Also, who would have guessed fat Gotenks would have been useful in that fight against Cell Max? By the way, there's a new version of Cell in this. I forgot to mention that.
They turned Cell into a streaming service.
I think
what would have been amazing is if Cell Max slowly stopped being animated.
like Cell Max really resembles a semi-perfect Cell, which Toriyama said he wanted to do more with in the manga, but his editor's like, "Oh, it's so ugly! Hurry up, get him to his perfect form." So this was his way of like, "Oh, I can bring the second form Cell back, and not have to worry about people hand drawing him."
Gohan, you don't need to turn Super Saiyan. You just need to get whoever that guy is in charge of Discovery Online, and we'll finally be able to defeat Cell Max.
I think what I kind of dislike about like Cell Max in general is just the fact that he's just a monster at the end of the day. Like, it's not really Cell. It's not really like the big return of Cell. It's
what was Cell like in the original anime? Because I only know Cell through Abridged.
He's kind of close.
Is Cell.
Yeah.
He is the.
His personality does shift a bit across his forms, but then by the end of it, Abridged isn't that far off from the actual perfect form.
Yeah. Also, Cell Max not really having a personality doesn't really bother me, for the sole fact that by the time Cell Max gets into the plot, we're already in the third act, and it would kind of been too late to kind of establish him.
It's true, yeah. Like,
So him being a mindless monster, keeps him a threat, but we don't have to like quickly just have a a character defining moment.
I just saw it's a different cell. It's just a different cell. So.
It's Cell, except he's a streaming service and a Shin Godzilla reference.
Yeah. Don't worry. Come on, guys, don't worry. We can still follow the original Cell in Hiffle.
You are a coward. Just the traumatized face on Frog getting you.
Oh god. I have to tell you, Nick, like throughout when watching this movie, every time they reference something that I know is the original, I just can't help but think of the abridged version. I seem to I don't know. There was one time where like Piccolo was saying something about like food or something, and like I was like, I only drink water, and my mind immediately went to I drink it all. What? How do you think I got so bad? And now I can die with a clean conscience.
Shangus, my favorite moment of watching the first episode of Hope for Infinite Losers with you was when he came back and from the old super comedy guru.
Who ordered a pickle?
I think my favorite moment so far in that show is the fucking forklift.
You're a coward. Every time they mention something, I just think of your bridge. It's like they call. It's like they were calling Piccolo Kami. It's like, I'm not Kami anymore. Just Kami, please tell me that I can leave the tower. Yes, Mr. Popo, you can leave the tower. And if you're bitch, don't tell me what to do. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
But when they mentioned the Grand Elder, immediately, no.
The whole scene where they're like doing a flashback to when Gohan's like inner potential is being unleashed, just I needed it. I am an adult.
But going back to the movie,
Okay.
man, the Gammas were also a highlight of that movie as well.
Gamma 2 best boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although to be honest, I don't know. I don't know whether this is a criticism or it's just I didn't understand it. It was like, maybe it was a joke and I just didn't get it. Like, because Hedo is obviously a very mad genius type.
Mm-hmm.
He did a lot of terrible things and landed in jail. Yet, he much prefers the aesthetic of superheroes. I kind of wish they kind of gave a bit more of a mention towards that. Because it's just it's not bad at all, but it's just here's Hedo. He can arguably do worse things than Magenta, but he's the one who says that, oh yeah, Magenta's just a supervillain, and I only like heroes. I'm like, but why, boy? Well, why?
You blew up a prison.
he brought people back at the dead to work at a convenience store. By the way, this is something Shockwave would do.
To get money. Why did he just rob a bank?
And man, this was like just a fucking fun movie.
It was fun.
Also, giant orange Piccolo.
Yeah. Piccolo finally gets his transformation. That's great.
He's orange. Well,
He has like 2 power-ups in the movie, doesn't he?
well, considering what's
one takes
happened.
the lines off his arms and changes his skin tone a bit. And
Yeah.
someone must have told Toriyama, like, oh, you don't have to worry about drawing the lines, Mr. Toriyama. Like, this movie's in color, we'll make him orange too.
I love how Kellen just brings up the whole thing, and it's like, hey, in the world tournament when you grew big just to block against Goku. I'm like, oh yeah, I could do that.
I forgot I could do that. Oh man, this it brings up a lot of stuff that, like, oh, why hasn't Piccolo just been growing big this whole time? And they go, oh, okay, finally, they mention it.
It's like,
But it feels like this is a movie, a Dragon Ball movie made for the fans. Because there's just a lot of stuff fans have been asking for, and they finally get answered. Like Gohan, Piccolo, they're finally doing something. Also, back on Beerus's planet, Beerus is trying to get laid. There's that. And second, Vegeta finally wins.
yeah, he finally gets a W against Goku.
It's great. You feel like Broly and Lemo.
I think the reason why the movie like has so much fan service and stuff is because Toriyama was so invested in the movie. Because after Dragon Ball finished, he was pretty much done. Like, he would help out with things, but he mostly just retired on his big mountain of Dr. Slump money. But then, starting with the Dragon Ball Super movies and stuff building up to it, he started getting more and more invested. Like, he did a bit of work on this movie, and then this movie, and Broly, and then a lot of work on this movie. So the fact that he's coming back to Dragon Ball in like more recent years means like he wants to be back.
Yeah. Also, the moment that made me smile was when Piccolo gave Pan that little fist bump.
Yeah. Pan, I just liked every moment with Pan. She's adorable.
When she's flying around at the end, and you see like it's zooming past everyone.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised because I didn't know Piccolo had grown a physical heart. Because I imagine even at this stage, he will still tell Pan, "Dodge this."
Well, clearly, she's actually been dodging. Remember when that laser came after her and she flew?
Yeah.
She clearly got Vidal's genes when it came to learning how to dodge.
She has her mother's intuition and her father's resilience. That resilience That resilience when he almost got his shit rocked in by Cell.
Also, it's nice to know that. Also, it's nice to know that Gohan is, has just learned from his life to be a better dad than his dad.
Yeah.
like, a lot of the stuff, like when Piccolo calls out Gohan's like, why can't you pick up your daughter? It's like I'm doing work. It's like,
but then when you hear, yeah, we kidnapped your daughter.
yeah, he fucking like forms a crater right next to his house. Just, where is she? It's like
in the house.
So it's nice to know that Gohan learned from life and decided I'm still a better dad than my dad. Because what the hell's Goku doing? What's like why can't Pan's what about Pan's grandfather? You know, Goku. What's he up to? Oh, he's just fighting Vegeta. Oh.
He's
what about Pan's other grandfather? Oh, it's Mr. Satan.
It's Mr. Satan.
Obviously, if Mr. Satan was in this movie earlier, we wouldn't have a movie because he would have defeated Cell Max in 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Remember how he saved the world against Perfect Cell?
Yeah.
That's another one of my favorite jokes in Bridge. Mr. Satan, can you tell us how you defeated Perfect Cell? Wait, what? Yes, your angry writing fans would like to know how you defeated Mr. Perfect Cell. Oh, okay, yeah, I did. It's just. I love the joke that the reason, the whole lie that Hercule thought of, like, that he defeated Cell was to prevent mass riots. It's funny because this whole topic's just been half talking about a bridge and half talking about the movie. But like, man, this movie is still fucking like. I love every moment where it's like, I love that Piccolo knows the name of Pan's teacher. That she's well aware who Piccolo is.
I told you, Piccolo's not just a babysitter, he's just straight up Pan's grandfather.
I love that his phone. The fact that he's picking his phone up with his fingers.
It's a plush collection.
Some things.
The best thing about it is, like, he doesn't throw them away. He could. Doesn't.
But he doesn't.
So, but
real
Ball
quick,
no Dragon Ball.
real quick, I just want to say those. Going back to Mr. Satan real quick, I like how even in the movie they're like we have to defeat all. You know, you have to destroy anyone who collaborates with the alien. What about Mr. Satan? He's a little too powerful. We'll get back to him. That's literally their excuse why Mr. Satan wasn't used. Just, we'll get back to him. He's a little too powerful at the moment. First we gotta work up on his goons.
I love that. This movie. It's just the action is fantastic. It's hilarious. It's just a feel-good movie.
Hey, where you been, man? Oh, it was, I had to use the bathroom. I understand.
You are looking kind of green.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I want to mention Yajirobe was right there. He didn't talk. I wonder if it's just because they didn't get his voice actors to come in. Like I was waiting for him to talk. Like, wait, yeah, Yajirobe, how the hell are you doing with your porn stash? What are you doing? Like,
What are you doing, Bean Daddy? He's always got the 5 o'clock shadow. Man, the married life must be hitting him hard. That's one of my favorite jokes in Abridged. He and Corin are just married. Also, I gotta go back to Corin really quick because he's I don't know if it's just me, but he sounded just like how he does in Abridged.
He does. You know, every time I see Krillin getting dunked on, my mind just immediately goes back to a bridge where it's just the L counter just slowly goes back up every time he
In the end, Krillin won.
He won in life. That's what my mind every time Bulma insults Krillin, my mind immediately goes back to he won. Don't worry,
you know
he won in life.
You know what the best part about Abridged is?
What?
She came to him.
Yeah, she came to him. Just every time they do it, the counter goes up.
Oh, one thing I really like from just to mention like Resurrection F really quick. One thing I really liked about that movie was just the fact that all like the Frieza Force goons were just like surrounding everyone, and they were just gonna go, yeah, just take them on and go fight them. They thought, oh yeah, look, Krillin is gonna be the best. Like, yeah, Krillin, we're just gonna beat the shit out of him because he's just so. And it's like they try to punch Krillin. Krillin just effortlessly dodges all of their attacks, and Krillin is confused as to how he can do it also. until it's mentioned the fact that Krillin has been watching like gods fight. So at this point, in time, like dodging a move from this goon should be a little more than just a twitch of your muscle.
Everyone forgets Krillin's a badass.
Yeah, Krillin's probably the strongest human in Dragon Ball.
It's not the strongest.
Like Tien's an alien descendant, so he's kind of eliminated as like that. Puts Krillin at the top. Like no one really measures up to Krillin.
Yep. But man, Dragon Ball's superhero just fantastic. It's still in theaters. If you please, go and watch it if you haven't.
It's still in theaters, yeah.
Look, it's still in theaters. You can watch in IMAX, unless you're one of the theaters that's showing a 5-year-old movie.
I don't know. That's how I watched it. I watched it in IMAX, and I just like. I think what this movie I think my takeaway from this movie is, yeah, I like Gohan. I like Gohan. I also kind of liked, like, they're like Pickle's like, wait, how is it you can see when you're a Super Saiyan but not when you're not? It's like Catch the Senso being like, has anyone seen my glasses? One of my I think one of the favorite parts about that whole gag was there was this one time where Pan was like walking around. She picks up what she thinks is his dad's glasses, but it's just some random goon sunglasses. She just throws it.
Also, the best moment is when Gohan did the thing.
Special Team Dragon!
Yeah. Where did you learn to do that? I kind of been practicing in secret.
Wow, you must be so proud of him.
That always comes from Gohan! Dodge! Actually dodges. You must be so proud of him. Well, I mean, you could dodge better. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to mention that. I just want to mention really quickly. I kind of find the idea of like the fact that it's very rare to see like a lot of the fighters like exchange their moves among each other. Gohan outside of Cell is the only one who knows really knows special beam cannon, and so I think the funniest thing, the absolute funniest thing is the fact that only Goku knows instant transmission, and the fact that Vegeta can very much learn instant transmission, which would be a really useful skill, but he doesn't want to ask Goku. He doesn't want to tell Goku if he can teach him because he's too prideful. So every time Goku uses instant transmission, Vegeta's just holding onto his shoulder.
I also do kind of like they did point kind of the prideful thing out, it's like when Dende just we could just use the Dragon Balls to wish the problems away. Oh wait, no, you wouldn't want that. It's an easy win. Oh wait, you don't want that. Oh, okay. Alright, anything else you want to say about the movie though, Nick?
Oh, it's just fantastic.
Alright then. Okay. So that said, then we can now move on away from the Japanese front and we could go back to Western animation. I mean, to be fair though, if there was Nick, if there was a Ninja Turtles movie or show out there that was closest to an anime, it'd probably be Rise.
Guys, I have to tell you this, but there actually is a Ninja Turtles anime.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but SGT talked about it, I remember. Yeah, but we don't really like talking about it. anyways, so yeah, I rewatched so I could talk about this today. Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie. Guys, if I had a nickel for every time Ben Schwartz voiced a character whose main color was blue, whose whole thing was he needs to be a better hero, and he was also featured in a movie where he has to stop a bunch of criminals in a moving truck released in the same year, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but I find it amazing that it happened twice.
At one point, he fought a red guy.
He did fight a red guy. Like there was a point in the movie where I remember when we first watched it, I was just like, oh, I didn't know this was Sonic 2 now. 2022 is the year of Ben Schwartz, apparently. But yeah,
this isn't the hero. This isn't the poster. Someone's getting fired. Man, I don't know what else to say about a movie. I mean, obviously there's so much to say, but like, I don't know where to begin. Besides what I just began with, like, okay, so like this movie is like the follow-up to the TV show Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which Nick, as they always do with their cartoons, whether it's just normal cartoons or action cartoons or whatever, seemingly cancel it prematurely because it's not making the SpongeBob money. So thank you, Nick. I'm actually legitimately shocked that the 2012 Turtles did as well as it did.
I know. It ran for like 5 seasons?
5 seasons, yeah.
Yeah. So, props to them. But yeah, no, so like that's amazing considering every time Nickelodeon is just like, oh, what's that? You're not making SpongeBob money? Get the fuck out of here. Well, they don't say that directly. What they do, what Nick does is, not using the Nick, what the channel does is, every time a cartoon's not making the SpongeBob money, they move it to Nicktoons. And every time a cartoon's moved to Nicktoons, that means, fuck, it's getting cancelled. So thank you, Nickelodeon. Very cool, you bastards. Which is why it was like a really cool thing that the creators of this show were able to make a movie to pretty much, be, I guess, like their quote unquote, like, I guess, like season 3 / like finale. And
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And so I'm happy with that, though. Like this movie really did just confirm, like, to me that, man, I really wanted to see more of this. I really wanted to see more of Rise of Ninja Turtles. Like because like Rise of Ninja Turtles, the show, was one of those cases where it was a very drastic. It was kind of like animated, where it wasn't really too warmly received because such a drastic change compared to previous Ninja Turtles. Like the art style is different. There's like a change up in the dynamic. Raph is the leader now. April Neil is African American. Oh my god!
Best April.
Oh yeah, best April, hands down. But like back then, it was like you know what it is this show came off like right off the heels of the 2012 TMNT, which was running for 5 seasons. So that's a long time. So like when something this drastic comes off the heels of something that's been running for a while now, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get some negative reception. Like what the fuck is this? So, and then
oh jeez, I just realized. You know what else didn't help Rise?
What?
the toy sales.
Yeah, that's
And, I don't exactly blame them
no, I don't blame them.
because I really like how the characters look,
Mm-hmm.
but those designs do not work well in 3D.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of the toys. Yeah, they could be better. It's you could do a stylized art style like this, but like yeah, they don't really translate well to 3D, which I'm gonna bring up a Transformers comparison again, which is why I always really appreciate Transformers Animated, how they were able to make that art style work both in 2D and 3D for the toys.
Yeah.
And what was even better was that not only were the Transformers Animated toys able to replicate that art style in 3D, but was able to keep it accurate to the models.
Those toys were awesome.
Those toys were awesome. I should do a 2 cents on Transformers Animated in the future.
Changus, we just need to do a Transformers special.
We already did a Transformers special.
We just gotta do another one.
Another one? Alright. But I need to do a 2 cents on Animated. And Transformers Animated script, but I'm talking about Rise of the Ninja Turtles.
By the way, Changus, I hope you know that next year we're doing another Bionicle Week.
Is this gonna be like a tradition as long as we're friends?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind. I like Bionicle.
You should.
Yeah, but Rise was such a drastic change, but it was a good change, and it made some changes that some people didn't like, some people liked. I liked the show. Some changes were my reactions more like, I like this. I don't know if I would do it again, but I like what you did. And that oh no, go ahead.
Rise and then Rise influenced a lot of your writing.
Oh yeah, Nick, Rise heavily influenced how I'm writing my current Bionicle story. Donatello's just straight up Nuju. That's what I think that's what made me. I think this show actually, no joke. I think this movie and this show might have actually it made me like Bionicle even more. It's like, this is Ninja Turtles show, and yet I'm thinking about Bionicle. But so then we come to the movie, which is like the big finale / continuation of the show after Nickelodeon fucking canceled it, because of course they did. And okay, I first of all, the animation, hands down, the animation team for this movie need a fucking raise. They need a fucking big raise in their paycheck. Like, they brought their A game. This was great to see visually. They brought their damn A game, and it's just a spectacle to watch every time. So yeah, the animators brought their A game. There was a lot of cool animation in the show already, but then now they got they got that Netflix budget, so they could add that as well. And then 2, it's a movie, so they could they have more time. They're not on much of a tight schedule like a show. At least I'm presuming that's how the show schedule worked. I don't know. I didn't do my research, admittedly. But you could tell a lot of stuff went into this movie where they not only got an increase in budget, but they improved the quality of the animation as well. You could tell there's a lot of really smooth animations going on, and it's great. And then And then so I guess then besides the animation, like writing wise, like so one thing is this movie is a case where I don't think you need to watch the show to enjoy it, or at least not all of it. One thing for sure is I think that helps this movie be able to be watched without needing to see the show is that they did kind of fall back to the previous formula, well, not formula, I mean previous dynamic as all other, TMNT stuff, which is, Leo's now leader again. Leonardo leads, Naruto does machines. So Leo's in charge again, and because it's like literally at the end of the show, it's just like that was the last thing ever. Just straight up, just Splinter just goes, "Oh, by the way, Blue, you're leader now." What? So this movie actually kind of continues that, but at the same time, even if you didn't watch the show, you could take this as like its own like take on a TMNT story. So Leo is back to being leader, but Leo is not a good leader. he's not a good leader. Let's be honest. He's not a good leader. He's very arrogant. He's very egotistic. He's just Sonic. I'm gonna be honest here. No, he's just straight up Sonic. He's just straight up Sonic as a turtle. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that with this Leo, and so Leo's leader again. Raph is not the leader, and I have to say this movie actually solidified that. Yeah, this is probably my favorite take on Raph. And yes, one, it is because I am biased towards Omar Benson solely because he was Glenn's cousin in the 2007 Transformers movie. So the fact that I can imagine Raph being pushed into a pool by FBI agents is hilarious.
The immediate image that always gets me is Raph jumping out the fucking window.
Yes! He crashes through the window. No! I kissed your brother! No! And they tackle him into the pool. So yeah, there's that. But also what I found really amazing about especially this movie is how they were able to take kind of like that Switch dynamic, but still make it somewhat similar. So like one thing is like this a big part of this movie character-wise is that yes, Raph and Leo are once more fighting each other. It's just become a staple now that Leo and Raph just have to always fight each other because, of course. But the thing is, though, however, because of the way these characters are different, the dynamic of how this fight works out is actually kind of different. But it's still kind of the same in the sense, like it's still Raph complaining to Leo about, man, you're not really a good leader, Leo. You know that? You gotta suck at leader. But the thing is most versions of Raph, whenever they do that, it's mostly out of like kind of, at least from what I can tell, it's like mostly kind of like out of jealousy, because that's what brothers do. They get jealous. Like, how come you're leader? I wanted to be leader. But what's interesting is, well, this Raph, he was already leader. So he doesn't need to. So he was already leader. But then the thing is, this Raph in the movie, he's not mad that he's no longer leader. In fact, he's more than willing to let Leo take up the leadership position. Like, I was leader. You go ahead, Leo. Wow, Leo, you suck. Jeez. Most Raphs, when they fight over Leo over leadership, it's like out of like jealousy or kind of like envy. But in this Raph, when he fights Leo over leadership, it comes from a different source. It comes from a place of genuine concern and care about Leo and his leadership. It's like this Raph is more like Leo, you gotta be a good leader. You know, you're in charge of us now. You gotta be better. Otherwise, something bad could happen to us. It's like, how do you know that? Like, I do know, because not only was I leader, I'm the older brother. As the older brother, I know what this is all like. You gotta take this seriously. So it's a change that honestly I find really, really interesting, kind of refreshing, and honestly, I kind of want to see more stuff like this, where it's like kind of like the same, yeah, they're fighting again, Leo and Raph are fighting again, but like it's not out of just the same old, like, we're better off without you, Leo, or I could be better than you, Leo. It's more like, Leo, please be better. You're my brother. I love you, but dear God, you are terrible. So I find that really interesting, and then Donnie and Mikey are just a blast in this movie. Michelangelo is just he's Doctor Strange. Straight up in the future, he is just Doctor Strange. He straight up got the cape and everything. This one thing I like about this Mikey also is that it really does show he is the heart of this team. He really is the heart of this family. He's great, and it also does show that he is arguably one of the most skilled of all of the brothers. He's able to be the fact that he's able to become Doctor Strange in the future. It's like yeah, Mikey's pretty skilled.
It says more about Mikey than one thinks about if one thinks about it.
So I love Mikey in this, and then Donnie is just, well, I just love this take on Donnie, where he's still the smart guy, he's still tech guy, but the thing is now this Donnie, he's got an ego. He's also, this Donnie's got an ego. He has bite to his bark. I think what was it that I think it doesn't help that I used a softback turtle. if anyone's seen Gumball, you know why. That's like, I just like to imagine Donnie once in a while. No, actually no. Even in the show, he straight up hisses at times. It's just Donnie. I love this Donnie. He's a blast. And Splinter in this is also great. He doesn't get much time to shine, but he was great in this. He still, it's clear, like, this Splinter in this movie is portrayed kind of more closer to how most Splinters are, but there's still, a bit of how he was in the show. And if you watch the show, then this is actually, kind of a perfect, like, conclusion. Yeah, it's just like Splinter like breaks up the fight between Leo and Raph. Like, what are you doing, boys? It's like, stop fighting. I was like, oh, is it because he doesn't want them to hurt each other? No, I was watching my show and you interrupted. Jessica was finally about to propose, and do I know what happened? No. We are in the golden age of commercials.
I will not be interrupted.
Purple is a what will they ever do to you? Purple is a monster. You will fry my TV, so all I get are educational shows. That's also one of my favorite episodes in the show. Just when Splinter steals the turtle thing. Dad, I know you're in there. I can see your tail. Oh, Papa, if you surrender now, there shan't be any consequences. That is a lie. I taught him that one. Your name is Meat Sweats? Well, actually, my real name is, was it like Richard or something? It's just like, yeesh. You should stick with Meat Sweats. But Splinter in this, he's more in line with most Splinters, but there's still aspects of him like Rise, like Nick did the one time where like that the scene where like they think Casey's escaping, everyone's freaking out. Splinter's just eating popcorn. Like he's just watching, and then Leo tries to take one popcorn, but then he swats his hand away. So I Splinter is still great in this, and then April she's April. She didn't have too much time to shine, but whenever she did shine, it was great. Honestly, this movie also is just, yeah, this is probably the best April out there. This is one of the most proactive Aprils to help the turtles. Like, she is very proactive, and I do like how, like, in the movie they started to show that April is starting to, you know, lean more into like the journalism aspect that she's known for, that most Aprils are known for. So like she's a journalist like student for like the East Laird University. I see what you did there, you cheeky. East Laird, okay. And so there was that, and like she's very proactive, and then sorry for that, something was in my nose. And then I remember like it's like Donnie and Mikey are like trapped, so like how are we going to free them? And like she shows the chemicals that she used to burn away the crank. Just, yeesh! Remind me not to get on your bedside, woman. So and then yeah, like it just the whole like and then everyone's well written, everyone's entertaining.
You're forgetting one character.
Casey, yeah, that's right. Casey Jones finally makes his debut. So yeah, there's two Caseys in this universe now.
Alright, Casey, it's been fun now. It's time for you to go back home. I'm not going back. What? Why not? I live in a crappy timeline where everyone I love is dead and everything is on fire.
I mean, come on, Casey, it couldn't be that bad.
Whenever children were born, we had to eat every third baby because we thought it would make food grow or something.
Okay.
Leo, we were so screwed that we had to eat anyone who didn't make the cut. We once found a dead frog on the ground. We worshipped it like a god because we believed he would help make food grow. It didn't, by the way. By the time we realized that food wouldn't grow, it was too late. We already formed a multifaceted religion based on the dead frog. He later dried up. You would think that everyone would stop worshipping the frog god when it dried up, but no, everyone still worshipped it for a while, even when one of the dogs ate it. After a few months, we followed Salamander Zeus.
Salamander Zeus. Casey's also in this. There's two Caseys now. One is Cassandra Jones from the show, who is confirmed she's Casey's mom, and then and now we got just normal Casey Jones, who straight up has a chainsaw attached to his hockey stick.
He killed someone, by the way.
There was literally a part of the movie where he just chainsawed a guy's face. There's no blood. What's surprising? There was no blood in that scene, but yet in the opening scene when Leo is clearly, has a wound, like some sort of stab wound, there's blood there. It's like, but when he chainsaws that foot guy's face off, there was no blood. I see. I understand how it works now. Casey was alright. There wasn't really too much with Casey. He was just kind of there to be like, 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 oh, I'm from the future, guys. Oh, wow, you guys really aren't like how you are in the future. Oh, okay. Especially you, Leo. Wow, you suck. This movie is just... I can sum up this movie as, wow, Leo, you suck. Be better. He does get better, though. So there's that. But, yeah, he's just kind of there to be the character to go, like, oh, hey, the future... I come from a shitty future. I guess the future's changed now. Are you going back? No. So, yeah, so there's just two Caseys now running around. Hopefully they don't meet each other. Because one of them is honestly kind of unhinged.
I'm honestly wondering who, the thing is, because, Casey is the woman Casey is confirmed to be a mom in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's got to do it. Some poor soul has Pandora a night with her.
Or she could be in a lovely lesbian relationship with a sperm donor. Who knows? You know what? Either way, even if it is a sperm donor, you gotta feel sorry for the poor guy who had to wink one out to realize, oh, it's gonna be in her.
The horrifying idea of when they actually do meet, she's actually interested in him.
Casey and Cassandra have a DBC abridged moment. Just as you're kind of cute. Oh, thanks. My mom always said I look good. That's cute. I'll be your mommy. Ah!
Hey, can I have a last can of heat tap? Yes.
I think that was my first time I ever heard of Dragon Ball Abridged. It's just that joke, just I'll be your mommy. Ah! So there's just two Caseys running around. Hopefully Cassandra doesn't get on her own son. Incest in the morning, suppressed memories. 7.1. So that's all your main characters right there, and like they're just great. I love all of them, and like Leo. This is a Leo movie. If anything, for sure, this is a Leo movie where it really is just Leo. Please be a better leader, because oh my goodness, right now you suck as a leader. Honestly, Nick, like if I really want this kind of, and not necessarily I want this type of this characterization of the turtles, but like a similar like relationship dynamic going forward. I would like to see that, like especially between Leo and Raph. Like, just like the idea of like Nick, I think what I find it like, I think that would be like one of the most like interesting versions of like Raph and Leo. Like if, like just the idea of like this guy who's normally known to be like envious of the leadership position, but he learns to roll with it. Like, hey Leo, you're a leader. I'm sorry, man. I find that such an interesting way where, like, going forward, it's like Raph isn't envious. He just wants Leo to be better. In fact, Raph can going forward. He can still be, like, kind of gruff, kind of angsty, a little moody, but you can still kind of keep that sort of, dynamic going on. I just like Rise of the Ninja Turtles, and this movie proved it. And then, but I almost forgot to mention though that the Krang are now introduced. Well, they were kind of hinted at in the show, but now here they are they are formally introduced, and yeah, dude, the Krang in this one, they don't fuck around. They don't play around. No, this is honestly like these Krang are a threat. They really are a threat. It's like that whole big action set piece with all the turtles fighting against Krang 1. That was amazing. And like the Krang are simple. They just want to take over the world. You know, their whole the strong shall rule mentality, the weak shall perish. You know, there's simple enough villains. But they are still a threat though. Like they're a threat. Like Krang 2 is just straight up. She's unhinged. just straight up.
The character arc.
This, like she's just straight up, and it's just like when you're first introduced to Krang 2, it's just please allow me to play with them for a bit. I haven't killed something for so long. So yeah, she's unhinged, and then Krang 3 is just kind of there. There's not really much to say about Krang 3. He's just kind of there.
He's just Vampira.
He's Vampira.
He's the one. He's the token. He's the token mute.
Ah. So. No, but Vampira could communicate telepathically, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually speak verbally.
Yeah. So like the Krang here, they're an actual threat. Like even outside of their like robotic suits, like just like, you know, alien brain octopus things, whatever the hell a Krang is supposed to be, they're still a threat. Like Krang 1 just one thing for sure is these Krangs have got an increase in size, so they're quite big even outside of their robot suits. So they're quite big, and so like even just without their suits, they're a threat. And when you put them in their suits, all of a sudden they're even more of a threat. Like, again, that whole fight with Krang 1, that was amazing. That was a spectacle. And there's some genuine moments in this movie where it's nothing that would like, there was nothing in here that would like make me cry, but like there was moments where like there's genuine heart to this. I feel it. I like it. And I don't know what else to say, honestly. I just like this movie. I think Rise of the Ninja Turtles is honestly honestly, people really should have given Rise a chance. People, it's not like Cyberverse where people slept on it. Like people, like this was a case where people actively avoided this show, and it's like, and it's a case where like, man, you should have given it a shot.
Yeah.
You should have given it a chance, because the movie and the show just honestly just shows like it's different, but at the same time it's not bad. You should have given it a shot. I'm more angry though with Cyberverse because people just slept on that. So
yeah.
So screw you guys. You slept on Cyberverse. But other than that, I don't really have anything else to say about this movie. I mean, come on, guys, you gotta help me out here. You guys watched it with me. No.
Mikey is Doctor Strange. I'm getting more. I'm getting. People are just verifying that yeah, Donnie is the most skilled turtle. I mean, Mikey is the most skilled turtle.
Yeah, I love Mikey. Nick, after watching the Hidden City episode, like, yeah, Mikey is the best. I also I like how it's confirmed that Mikey and Splinter are pretty close in Rise.
Yeah.
When everyone else went off to do their own thing, Mikey stuck with his dad. It's great.
Correction, dads.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wish my dads would get along. You know that wishing well doesn't work. Then why are we here hugging right now? Oh yeah. That's also another thing about Rise. The turtles canonically have two dads. And not in the sense that they're gay. It's just they just happen to be two dads that just don't like each other. I want to see more of that dynamic in media going forward. Just two same-sex parents. Not that they're gay. They just happen to be the same gender parents. Just I have two dads. Oh, I didn't know your dads were gay. Oh no, they're not gay. They just happen to be both my dads. Huh. I think I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say about Rise of the Ninja Turtles and the movie. Just go check it out. The movie is on Netflix, so you can watch the movie on Netflix, and the show Rise is on Paramount Plus. Now considering what's going on with Netflix, I don't know if it's worth it. And Paramount Plus, I don't know about that. Honestly, I'm only keeping Paramount Plus just so I can watch Rise, but then probably gonna cancel that subscription as soon as Earthspark is over. Transformers Earthspark is over, and then
Now, when you say Earthspark is over, what do you mean by that? Like season, series? What we're talking about here?
The series, obviously.
Okay, good.
I want to give Transformers Earthspark a chance. It looks.
The only way of viewing that show, Changus.
I know. Well, only legal way of watching the show. There's obviously other ways that questionable legality, but like the legal way to watch that show would be on Paramount Plus. And the same goes with the show Rise of the Ninja Turtles. Legally, you can watch it on Paramount Plus.
You can also watch the first season on Netflix, but just the first season. Also, the legal way is my preferred way, not because I'm doing it, but because I like leeching off of Changus. Cute picture of me sucking Changus's life force.
Ah, shit. Hold on. I have to see if I still I have that meme. Where did I make it? Where did I put it? Where it's like, it's a meme of like, the church scene where we're just pointing guns at each other's heads. I think it's somewhere in the Kino chat. I have to scroll up in the Kino chat real quick. Nah, I don't think it's in the Kino chat. Wait, hold on. It could be in. I think I made it under my image flip meme generator account. So, yes, I found it. Oh, good. Let me download this image again so I could share it, because it's one of my favorite images. Give me a second, chat. Hold on. First of all, I'm gonna put this in the back room again, because. Alright, then come here. Hey, what's up? It's me. Oh, there's the Goku xenomorph image. Here we go. This is the image I want to show. Not Netflix. Chang is leeching off of not. Nick leeching off of Chang's. as you watching in shame. All right. Yeah. So again, just to wrap things up again, just legally, you can watch this movie on Netflix along with the first season of the show. However, if you want to legally watch the entire Rise of the Ninja Turtles show, it's on Paramount Plus. That is not the only way. That is the legal way, though. So there is that. Alright. So, with that said then, as we're approaching past the 4.5 hour mark, we can finally talk about Kino. Is this movie Kino, though, not?
I would say it is.
Okay. Alright, so what exactly is this movie?
So, just this year I learned George Miller, prolific director of such films as Lorenzo's Oil and Babe 2, Pig in the City.
Mm-hmm.
And the mind behind the Happy Feet, the movie about penguin mating rituals involving dancing and religious allegories. But in all seriousness,
go
ahead.
No, continue.
But in all seriousness, he is best well known for being the director of all 4 Mad Max films. And Mad Max seems very fitting when kind of talking about this movie.
Really?
Not spectacle wise, because it's like if you go into this movie after watching Fury Road, you kind of get disappointed, because Fury Road just is one of those like cinematic experiences.
Yeah.
But 3,000 Years of Longing is I will say it's a treat. Just to watch. And the reason why I compare it to Mad Max is Mad Max has often always been compared to as a fairy tale and a folklore. Because it's a lot of the facts and ideas that are presented throughout the story is, of course, almost none of the movies have, other than like Fury Road, but even slightly not. None of the movies have set as the narration character. So it lends more to the credence. That a lot of the movies are just stories being told of someone like Max, among the survivors of the wasteland, as a modern, like as a post-apocalyptic folktale hero. So and that's perfect, because 3,000 Years of Longing is a story about stories. And is a fairy tale in and of itself.
Okay.
So the movie is about a narrative. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to learn my. Gonna have to speak Spain. Gonna have to use a little bit of the Spain, the dead language, the narratology. I think that's how you. I think that's how you say that. It's like it stars a narrativologist. Played Tilda Swinton. Who is very happy and content with her life because she tells us that she's very happy and content with her life, Cengiz.
Hey, anime guy.
Hey, anime guy. Of course, quite often, the narrator, any narrator, is much much more easily proven to be a liar. It features her taking a trip to Istanbul as part of a keynote seminar she's attending. Which it surrounds itself with the ideas of of stories and myths, folk tales, and all that stuff, and how she basically kind of says that tales and stories and tales were just humanity's way of explaining things. Explaining how the world worked before we created this thing called science.
So those people.
She goes into one of the many stores. I think what you described it like there are 6,000 stores in the Grand Istanbul Bazaar. Only 6 of them have back rooms. Only 3 of them will let you see it. So she finds a very interesting, very interesting a glass jar in a shop. So she decided to buy it because her thinking is that everything has a story behind it. I would like to hear this one. So upon coming back to her hotel room and trying to clean up all the schmut, all the fire, all the slight damage that was done by fire, she opens it up, and out comes a djinn. A djinn. Played by Idris Elba, that guy who shot Superman, while also being Black Superman.
I'm Black Superman. Why is that the one line I remember from that movie? All the things I can remember from Hobbs and Shaw's. I'm Black Superman.
I'm Black Superman. It's like this because like Idris Elba got paid more than any of what we have combined to just say that one line, and I think that's just spectacular, Cengiz. so she unleashes a Jinn who promptly tells her that because now that you were so gracious enough to release me from the bottle, I want to grant you 3 wishes, which is all fine and good. But the problem is because of the nature of her job, she knows all about every myth surrounding magic and wishes, and she kind of knows that all of them just end terribly. And so, in the Jinn's desperation to finally get out of his imprisonment, he reads her 3 stories. 3 is very reoccurring.
We'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Chase, I hate to say this, but I saw I had to catch a spider that I saw crawling on my shirt.
Oh. Go. Say no more. Go throw it away, please. Oh.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Oh. I'm sorry. Continue now.
You don't like those giant cave spiders, James?
No, I do not. In fact, I find as I grow older, my arachnophobia gets worse. You would think it would be the opposite, but no.
Well, like your phobia doesn't go away just because you get older. You have to confront it, James.
I don't want to confront it.
We gotta reboot Fear Factor just for 1 episode so that you can.
Oh hell no, no.
Remember Fear Factor? That show. Whatever the hell that show was.
Anyway, so the genie decides to tell her 3 wishes. What an odd number. Literally.
Well, 3 stories.
3 stories.
I mean, you can't tell a wish to someone, Genghis. I hope you know that.
I understand. I wish it was the opposite, but unfortunately no.
That's where the story goes off from there. So obviously, I knew just this year that George Miller was directing a movie. But directed this movie because I just assumed that he first I thought he said that he wanted to retire after Fury Road, which I'm like, okay, that's understandable. Like it took you like years to make that movie, so like well deserved, on your way, good sir. But no, apparently the movie got successful enough that he wants to make the prequel. Furiosa. So that's coming up.
Alright.
So this movie came about as a bit of a surprise, and just from having watched it, a very pleasant, bittersweet surprise.
Okay.
Like the movie, like as I've described it before, the movie feels very much like a fairy tale. And that's one of the best qualities of the movie is it has all these magical elements and all that stuff, and it just wants to envelop you into this story about just a human and a djinn talking in a hotel room. They're not in the hotel room for the entire movie, but that's where they are the majority of it. So, while the djinn, the djinn just explains how he kept getting stuck into jars, which just evolved as he quotes, as he says, a love of women and just being a fool. So
Alright.
just right off the bat, like the two leads, they're great in this. Like, of course, like Tilda Swinton, I feel like she is the type of person who will give her A game in anything, even if it's not worth it. Like, she gave her A game for Doctor Strange, even though I say like that movie's kind of not worth it, but she still gave it. Hell, she gave it for The Dead Don't Die. Yeah, ever heard of The Dead Don't Die, Tringus?
Nope.
It's a kind of pretty forgettable comedy from a director I really liked.
Oh.
But like, just so you know, it's where that I guess it's like, if you ever heard that famous soundbite of Adam Driver going.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I am now spider free.
Thank goodness.
For now, at least.
I
just had to do that one last thing.
But as you were saying, not Tilda Swinton.
Tilda Swinton, yeah. Tilda Swinton, very great in the movie, and Idris Elba too, who is a man who has just a great range as an actor, who unfortunately gets cast into movies that squander him. Like, as much as I like the Suicide Squad, it's like it's that movie is not that movie is not interested in Bloodsport. He feels like the B player to everyone else. And of course, he sometimes just gets picked to be the villain in Hobbs and Shaw, which just involves him saying that he's Black Superman.
Nah, we're gonna have some problems if he criticizes him as Knuckles.
No, I liked his performance as Knuckles. Because it's just like, admittedly the joke is like, oh look, Idris Elba and his dark gruff voice, his deep gruff voice is playing Knuckles. Look how funny that is. They give him some relatively good material to bounce off with, so the joke has life beyond just the casting. But of course, not like here is. But no, here like just playing opposite of Whitney. He is just keeping up with her wonderfully. I will say though, he does put on like a a faux Greek Mediterranean accent. Like it sounds good how he it sounds good, like it just sounds fine to me with how he pronounces everything and all that stuff, but someone's bound to complain. Because we wouldn't be here if that wasn't the case, James. So of course the movie is a story about stories with the fact that the movie can kind of be taken as a metaphor for just everything. Like it can be read in a different way if you rewatched it, because I did rewatch it, and I'm like, what? And it's like there's an interesting way where it doesn't like hold your hand and be like, oh look, possibly this. It's like, no, it kind of just introduces the elements and just tells you, and it's like, believe what you want to believe. Okay. I will say, for a major criticism of this movie, because, like, to be honest, the performances are great. You know, from the two main actors and everyone who are in this, like, the stories, and the Jin is telling Sweden. Like they're great. Like if you ever want to see King Solomon play a weird bass, a weird like viola, you can. This would be your movie. But it's like the direction's great. Yeah, like direction's really good. They do some interesting things with the cinematography, although admittedly, like at points the CGI can look a bit rough. I'm not gonna subtract it with like obviously I'm gonna subtract the film over it, because it's mostly used for little things, like effects surrounding Idris Elba's character. Because jinns in folklore, they're said to be like entities, like creatures who give off an immense heat anywhere they go, and so it's like that, like you could just see like the vapor just surrounding him at points. And it's like I do want to mention there isn't actually an interesting thing that like the movie brings up when it comes to the idea of like science replacing myth. Is that it kind of runs antithetical to what like Swinton's character. But Swinton's character's like assertion based on how everything goes is like where once science came in, the ideas of the gods, monsters, and everything in between are a little more than metaphors nowadays. You know, they're not real until she realizes, oh wait, no, they are real. I'm speaking to a jinn. The jinn is given a very kind of cool scientific explanation as to why he can make this. He is a magical creature, but he's not a magical creature that ignores the rules of this world. So the immense heat he gives off is because of the fact that a lot of like what he is made of is like electricity. So it's like it's electricity that turns into vapor that forms like life, and that then forms organs, and it's really interesting. So there's a point towards like the movie kind of just shows that no, like myth doesn't go away once science came about, because even the jinn said himself, like he will still be here long after everything, because he is a mortal creature. So and one criticism I can levy towards the movie is that it is like it is a criticism, but it's not one that I get behind. But like movies short. It's an hour and 49 minutes. You know, it's very brisk. And so a lot of it kind of feels like there are moments where it just kind of feels like it doesn't really take its time to breathe. Arguably towards the end it does, because the movie, the third act of the movie is really weird, because it's shot it's sort of shot a bit like a Return of the King. Not aggressively like that movie, but just like where there's multiple points in like the third act where the movie could just end. And you know, it's like I feel like that would have been fine. The movie still goes on, and I feel like there was just a point behind production where it's like, oh, well, we have to add this thing, we have to add that thing, we have to add this thing. It's like, and then when the movie finally ends, it's like, it's very, very good, like very bittersweet ending. But it felt a bit awkward getting towards that. And so yeah, like the pacing feels a bit too brisk, and it's not a very long movie, so a lot of that's a lot of the criticism that kind of surrounds the movie, but everything else is very on point. Like I said, this is not Fury Road. This is not a treat to the senses sort of a high octane like cinematic experience. This is a nice little story. This is a nice little tale that if you get, if you are enveloped in it, and if you want to be, you know, like wrapped in it, it will, like, you know, it will, like, evolve. You know, it will evolve you in it, and it's you know, very, very, very personal. I would say.
Okay.
I also should mention, because like I guess it's like in case anyone will complain, there are naked fatties in the movie.
Okay.
Like the reason I mention this is because it's like I'm reminded of like the milk mothers from Fury Road. That entire story is just like Immortan Joe. Like, so he just shows how Immortan Joe just gets like the milk to feed his mutant half-life children. What do you call it? Like imagine that scene where like nothing's hidden. Like they're the movie really doesn't hold back on any. Like the movie doesn't really hold back on anything like that. So,
Okay.
Just content warning, too.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind then. Okay.
But overall, no, I do recommend the film.
Alright. Then. Maybe I'll check it out sometime next week when I'm not tortured by classwork. And when I'm not streaming either. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess with that said then, we have reached the end of our show. We did it! We made it! It's another 5 hours, but we made it! So, yeah. Got a nice selection. Alright then. Oh, excuse me, I was young. I was gonna say, oh yeah, I guess before we call it a night, get some, I don't know, house cleaning out of the way, I guess. Next week, is the start of my class. It's the start of a new semester for me. I have class Tuesday and Thursday. So that's gonna be a thing. So basically, going forward, the schedule is mostly gonna be unchanged, surprisingly, except Thursdays. Thursdays, no streaming whatsoever, because I have a late night class. So there is that. Well, it's not a late night class. It starts at 4, but then, and you know, considering that it ends like around like almost close to 7. Fuck me, it almost ends close to 7. Christ. And then including the fact, you know, I gotta drive home. And then I gotta, you know, grab a dinner and all that. So like if I were to stream Thursday, it would be like really late at night, and probably by then I'd be just exhausted from class, because college is a fucking drain. Not saying don't go to college. I'm just saying if you're gonna go to college, be wary. It's a fucking drain. It's a drain. So Thursdays there will never be a time I'll be streaming for a while, unless I don't know. Class was canceled that day for some reason. Who knows? But yeah. So that's just a heads up. Starting this, not next week. Well, yeah, next week, but this coming week it is. Yeah, I do have class. So basically, going forward, like if I have like a big test going on or exam like that, then it'll be a very light scheduled week. But then afterwards, it'll mostly just be honestly kind of the same. And then Nicholas, my friend, Monday, noon my time. Is that a good time for the lunch break idea?
Yeah.
All right then. So,
Jengus, I forgot to ask you.
Yes.
What was your favorite Gammamon evolution?
What's my favorite Gammon evolution? I don't know. I guess hold on. I have to look up the spelling for it, so I don't disappoint you too much. I guess what was I gonna say? Come on.
The store will be closing in 5 minutes.
How dare you use Nick's words against me? I guess I like Canoweismon. I don't know. I don't mind big dragons.
Of the 3 main ones.
Over the 3 main ones. I guess I like Betel. I don't know, Betel Gamon's cool. I like red. It's got a nice, there's nothing wrong with red. I guess then would be Chaos Gamamon, since it's just Betel but flies and blue.
My favorite's Chaos, but the fan favorite seems to be Wizen, and I don't really blame them, and my love for Chaos was kind of influenced by Canoweismon's design.
Huh.
I like the coherency. Wizen won a fan poll, and people found it funny that Battelle lost and came 3rd place. Like, oh, that's the main one. Toy's probably panicking.
Yeah. I don't know. I like all of Gamamon's forms. I just like Gamamon. He's adorable. So
if we've learned anything today, ladies and gentlemen, just put Gamma in the name. That will be a hit with Chengus.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's really it. So next week is just the start of a new semester, just as a heads up going forward, and then Monday noon we could do our lunch break idea, Nick. All right, actually I should wait. If class is at 4 on Thursdays, I could probably fit in a lunch break on Thursdays.
All right.
I guess we should talk about some more how many times do you want do the 2 cents lunch break thing per week, just as many times as you want?
I'm good for whenever.
This whenever? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess then I could fit in. I guess I could fit in a lunch break for Thursday. So yeah. All right. So I guess then, Nick, I'll have a schedule ready by tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow, to make up for the fact that I had to cancel. Friday's Death Stranding stream because I was just so tired. I will be doing a Death Stranding stream tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So there is that. gonna be doing a Death Stranding stream to make up for Friday. And then if you guys want, you can hop in. It's not gonna be a solo stream. You guys can hop in if you want. So Nick can continue to tell me more about Bionicle lore. I love how every time I play Death Stranding, whenever you come in, Nick, it just ends up being another excuse for you to tell me more about Bionicle lore. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. So yeah, so with that said then, as we have officially reached 1 o'clock my time, we can call the stream here. So where's that royalty free jazz?
I was also thinking about the Hulk earlier, and I got reminded of this.
Oh no. Let me see this. No! No! I'm not showing that. Oh my goodness, Nick, what's wrong?
Come on, you're not seeing anything bad.
No.
Just a reaction to seeing something bad.
No, it's nothing was actually shown. It's just the implication, Nick. You know, because of the implication. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Never let Bruce and Natasha. I don't know. I don't think you should ever do that again. All right. So with that said, then I'm going to be calling the stream here, and for you guys in the back room, most likely gonna be calling it a night here as well, since it's 1 where I am. So, thank you everyone who came, and I hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow for more Death Stranding. Good night! I'm tired.